is going to move on to the presentation of Mr. Diedrich and Mr. Bodziak. Is that correct?
One addition on that, I understand that. Yeah, you're going to do, I think we had informed council, we got to put on the list.
Mr. Atkins?
With regard to that, it would violate the 3-day rule, but since the people have only 2 other witnesses, we need some time to interview Mr. Atkins. So we'll need some time on that, and probably will be ready after that. I spoke briefly with Mr. Darden about the scope of this. And we can talk to Mr. Atkins. We may be able, it'll be Mr. Newfeld's witness, may be ready to proceed on that, but we need some time.
Should be a very good witness.
All right.
May I have an oral estimate? Do the people expect to finish their case either, depending on cross-examination, by tomorrow at the latest?
Yeah, that's what I think. I mean, cross is unpredictable, but.
But direct.
My proposed direct is not that extensive. I think we should finish it.
My guess is Monday.
You may be right, Ron. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm optimistic because there is going to be downtime today before we get to the witnesses. Everybody wants to talk to everybody. So that may be true, but, hope springs eternal.
Is today a 6 o'clock day? So you see, we may be able to finish.
Is there any possibility of going past noon tomorrow to finish?
It's possible.
Yeah.
Let me check because I don't know what other, I mean, I'm going to be here, so.
I know it's a juror thing.
Yeah, let me check and see what plans we've made. I'll check with Deputy Jex to see what other plans, because we may have made doctor's appointments.
With that thought in mind, Your Honor, we will then proceed to try and line up our balance of our witnesses starting Monday. So we'll try not to have.
That would be a good idea.
All right, we'll do that.
Your Honor, there's one other thing, 2 other things. Number one, we had made a motion for judicial notice on the phase of the moon on June the 12th, and the court granted that motion, so I'd ask that the court, I don't know if the court has it, I had it with me, the court could read that to the jury prior to people conditionally resting them in rebuttal. And also, the people have made...
All right, I think what you need to do then is make a formal request in front of the jury that the court take judicial notice of that particular phase of the moon.
Yes, and I just wanted to make sure that...
Is there any objection? That was a request that was made quite some time ago.
Judicial notice of the phase of the moon on June 12th. we
Submitted.
It's the phase of the moon.
What's the word, increasing?
There was waning, waxing, remember that word?
Mm-hmm.
There was some question about what you were going to do about waning and waxing.
I was going to tell them what the appropriate term is, waning and waxing, and I assume, since that is a common term, the jurors will know what that means.
Anyway,
Right.
the proposed sentences here, Your Honor, on June 12th, 1994, the moon was a we had to say crescent moon with 12%. Why not just say that on June the 12th, 1994, the moon was a waxing crescent moon with 12% of the moon's surface illuminated?
Fine.
That will satisfy both sides, I think.
Fine.
And I'll submit that to the court so you have your script in front of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, the people have
All right, I'm sorry, excuse me. Mr. Cochran, is that issue submitted?
The problem is with that, if you recall, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Instead of using the word waxing, I thought we talked about increasing, because see, waxing.
No, the terminology for the phase of the moon, increasing and decreasing illumination is waxing and waning.
Well, you explain
Everybody knows that.
Not everybody, Your Honor.
Everybody knows. Who in this courtroom doesn't know that?
Yes, a lot of us. We just had our focus group, Judge, so we see, my point's proven.
All right, is the matter submitted, Mr. Cochran?
You will take a survey.
Is the matter submitted?
Submitted, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
Lastly, the people have made repeated requests for the Stockdale tape. We attempted to get it from the answering machine company as directed by the court. We submitted a letter. I think a copy of it came to the court with a declaration from the person told to us by Ms. Stockdale, who indicated they do not keep copies. They do not any longer have a copy of the tape, which means that under Meredith, we're back at our initial starting point, which is that the defense has altered evidence to a point that we can no longer obtain it by our own means, and we requested of the defense by letter, I think sent a couple of weeks ago, to present that tape to us. We would like now to have that tape produced in court.
Who wants to address that for the defense?
Just generally, I think that if I recall correctly, we'll have to get back to this later perhaps. I think we submitted some declarations to the court under seal regarding this. And I'd like the court to pull those up. I don't have copies of those here. You may recall.
All right, that was during a 1054.7 hearing.
Right.
We need to revisit that because I need to check my notes.
Okay.
All right.
Can we do that today, Your Honor?
Remind me to, maybe during the breaks in between witnesses, I can look that up.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Just for the record, I have just received a letter dated September 13th to Mr. Cochran from James Michael Maddock, Deputy Counsel of the Office of General Counsel of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And as I previously informed the court, this letter indicates that the Bureau does not object to Special Agent Frederick Whitehurst testifying in this matter. Therefore, a subpoena for his presence is unnecessary. I think we probably should just mark this letter and make a copy for it so that that's before the court. Also, I should put on the record what I think I've previously informed the court. In this letter, Mr. Maddock indicates that the subpoena that we served for records to the FBI, well, it was a subpoena that we served on Mr. Whitehurst's counsel that was then forwarded to the FBI, was not jurisdictionally valid insofar as it had to go through the federal district court, and we've taken measures to do that, and that he is also, it's not reflected in the letter, but he's also agreed, and Mr. Whitehurst, Dr. Whitehurst has agreed to an interview with both sides in this case with a court reporter present, and hopefully we can arrange that by Saturday. And then further discovery can ensue from that, but we're pursuing the records, and I just thought that we should make this letter part of the record so it's clear.
All right. Yesterday, the defense filed and then withdrew that out-of-state subpoena request. And Mrs. Robertson, did you send that down to the main file? All right, it's up here. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's have the jury, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. All right, the record should reflect that we have been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Ms. Ramirez, would you please resume the witness stand? All right, the record will reflect that Ms. Teresa Ramirez is on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Neufeld. Good morning, Ms. Ramirez.
Good morning.
You're reminded, ma'am, that you were still under oath, and Mr. Neufeld, you may continue.
Good morning, Mr. Ramirez.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Ramirez, I'll try and make this brief so you can get on to the dentist, where you started to head for yesterday afternoon. You recall that before we broke yesterday, ma'am, that I asked you if you were aware whether Mr. Goldberg had had prior conversations, that is, prior to the July 27th, 1995 taping session with Mr. Paratus. Do you recall me asking you that, or that subject coming up?
Yes.
Okay. And after we broke yesterday, did you have an opportunity, and this morning as well, to review portions of that videotape, the complete videotape that you made on July 27th, to refresh your recollection?
I saw a portion of the tape.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Now, let me ask you again. Did you become aware during the July 27th taping session in Mr. Paratus' home that, in fact, on a prior occasion, Mr. Goldberg had met with Mr. Paratus at the dispensary where Mr. Paratus works at the jail?
Yes.
Overruled.
And did you also become aware during that July 27th taping that that Mr. Goldberg had also spoken to Mr. Paratus sometime in February and given Mr. Paratus a subpoena to appear in court during this trial as a prosecution witness?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to play.
Misleading.
Counsel, we need to have the objections before the answer comes in.
But I'm going to play two brief segments, and I reviewed it first with Ms. Clark before we started.
All right.
First, I'm going to ask you to look at this segment, and I'm going to ask you to authenticate it. Okay?
Okay.
That's all right. No, can't remember. That's all right. Oh, it's 4:77. But anyway, it was in February. First week of February.
And so was that dated, because I had called you, and in the meantime, I had heard from Patty Joe that you wanted to talk to me. So I asked you to come down to the dispensary.
Okay. And did you? Can't remember. Can't remember.
All right. Let's hold that. Is that the portion of the tape that you wanted, Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, but
No,
you're missing the.
Well, no. The question is yes or no. Is that the tape that you wanted
Yes,
to
that's
show?
the portion of the tape. Could we just play that portion one more time again very quickly? I'm sorry. It happened so quickly that I missed it.
no, can't remember. That's all right.
Let me see counsel at the sidebar without the court reporter, please. The record should reflect, though, that the portion, hold the tape. The record should reflect the portion that we've just viewed as the counters at 350 and 351. Let me see counsel without.
apologize, Your Honor. It'll take 1 minute. We just have to switch the tapes.
So I asked you to come down.
That should be about the right spot.
For us, or demonstrated for us. Did you then call the DA's office to tell us what had happened, or to try to tell us what had happened?
Yes.
And then I spoke to you, when was that?
You spoke to me the day you brought me the subpoena, and that was the day I told you.
I think I have a copy of that. February 3rd?
February 7th is when you gave the subpoena.
Oh, it's for February 7th. But at any rate, it was in February. First week of February.
And so it was that day that, because I had called you, and in the meantime, I had heard from Patty Joe that you wanted to talk to me. So I asked you to come down to the dispensary.
Okay. And did you go through the same demonstration that you just showed for the camera today when I was at the dispensary? No.
Let's just see that, and let's go back about 20
The
seconds.
dispensary.
All right.
Yeah, that should be under that section.
Camera today when I was at the dispensary. I can't remember. That's all right.
Okay. Thank you. All right. By the way, there's a reference there to Patty Joe. Do you know who Patty Joe is?
Yes.
And who is that?
She's secretary for the lawyers,
You mean
the district attorney's office. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And on that tape, I'm sorry, and on that occasion, when there's that reference to Mr. Gold, that's that Mr. Goldberg's voice you hear on the tape?
Yes.
And
Mr. Maris, why don't you just pull the microphone closer to you so you don't have to keep leaning forward? Thank you.
now, during that session, during that session, they were discussing a prosecution subpoena that was given to Mr. Paratus in early February of 1995. Do you recall that?
Yes.
During the July 27th, 1995 taping session, ma'am, did the topic come up at all as to why during the 4 months Mr. Paratus was never brought in as a prosecution witness?
Sustain. Sustain. It's argumentative, counsel.
Okay, 1 second. Now that you've seen the tape again, to refresh your recollection, Mr. Ramirez, when Mr. Goldberg asked Mr. Paradas about Mr. Goldberg's visit to the dispensary where Mr. Paradas worked, and you saw Mr. Paradas mouth the words, remember that?
Yes.
Was Mr. Paradas, as you recall, having been there, was he mouthing the words, "I don't remember"?
I couldn't tell.
But what Mr. Paradas was doing was responding to Mr. Goldberg, trying to talk to him about Mr. Goldberg's earlier visit with Mr. Paradas at the dispensary. That's when it came up, didn't it?
Argumentative, sustained.
Good luck at the dentist, ma'am. Thank you.
Clark, anything further?
There's such a thing as possible.
Now you're going to get all the dentists mad at us. Ms. Clark.
All right, Ms. Ramirez, so it's clear. During the 14 minutes that the videotape was off, did anyone question Mr. Paradas about the case?
No.
At any time, did Mr. Goldberg suggest to Mr. Paradas what he should say?
No.
Beyond the scope of free direct.
Overruled.
And,
We cross.
right.
As requested.
As requested. And Mr. Paradas indicated to Mr. Goldberg that he called Hank Goldberg. He was the one who called Hank.
Counsel, I think the tape, we've heard the tape, we've heard Mr. Paradas' words.
It was just foundation, but. Did the defense ever ask you to go and videotape Mr. Paradas for them?
No.
Would you have done so if they'd asked you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
This-
It's irrelevant.
Nothing further.
Ms. Ramirez, you work for the district attorney's office, don't you?
Yes.
You don't work for the defense, do you?
No.
Thank you.
Did you sit and speak with the defense this morning at their request?
Yes.
And did you watch all the tape they wanted you to watch?
Yes.
And would you have refused a reasonable request to help them if they'd made it?
Oh, objection.
Sustained. All right. Ms. Ramirez, thank you very much. You're excused. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Ramirez. All right. Ms. Clark, people's next witness is who?
People's next witness should be Mr. Diedrich, and the defense wants to talk to him. So.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next witness is, the prosecution is going to recall Mr. Diedrich. If you recollect, Mr. Diedrich testified earlier in the case. Yesterday, the court received a number of exhibits from various sources from outside of the state of California. The attorneys have asked for the opportunity to look at these items before we proceed with Mr. Diedrich's testimony. They've asked me for a 1-hour recess between this witness and the next witness so that they can examine those photographs and exhibits that'll probably be used in the examination of the witness. So we're going to take about a 1-hour recess at this time. I'm going to keep you, I'm going to put you up in the larger lounge upstairs, but I'm hoping to complete the presentation of the prosecution's rebuttal case by either tomorrow or Monday. All right, so these will be probably the last 3 or 4 witnesses that we'll be presenting for the prosecution's case in rebuttal, just to let you know that we're making progress. And the reason I'm keeping you here is because I want to use as much time with you as possible. So as soon as the attorneys tell me they've had the opportunity to look at these items, we'll reconvene with you here in court. All right, with that, we'll take a recess. Counsel, I'd like you to let me know as soon as you are ready to proceed. If you need the court's assistance on any of these matters, let me know, and I'll review the Stockdale matters while we're in recess. All right? All right, we're in recess. Mr. Darden? Ms. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, who is your next witness?
Mr. Diedrich.
All right,
Your Honor,
yes.
Mr. Sheck, who's back in the back room now, still working with Mr. Bodziak, was under the expectation they were going to call Mr. Atkins first. which I think was the court's expectation also and all of our expectation. So he was going to use this additional 15, 20 minutes to keep working with Bodziak. That's what they're doing. I mean, I understand it's up to them, but they did tell us that. And all I'm simply saying is if they still intend to call Atkins, it should be done right now to give us that additional 15 minutes.
You promised me it's only going to take 15 minutes.
Oh, I have no idea how long it's going to take, Your Honor. I'm just telling you that that's what Mr. Sheck
All
is
right,
doing
Ms.
right
Clark, are you willing to call Mr. Atkins at this time?
No, we're not gonna call him, period.
Okay.
If I was gonna call him at all, of course I would call him now.
All right.
We wanna get this
Oh,
done.
no.
You mean it,
All right, so you're going to call him.
Mr. Dietrich.
All right, who's going to handle Mr. Diedrich?
Barry Sheck is, and he's also going to be handling Mr. Bodziak, and that's why he's been seeing both of them.
All right. No Atkins. We're going to start with Mr. Diedrich.
We just have a few more minutes with Mr. Batiad, but might as well start with Diedrich and I can get that. How's that?
Perfect. All right, let's go.
Just give me a second.
Let's go. All right, let's have it quiet, please. Counsel, why don't you be seated? Mrs. Robertson, did we ever issue a warrant for Brenda Harper?
No, I agreed with her counsel, Mr. Frank, to 27, because he was not able to get back in contact with the notifier of the date.
All right, can we have it quiet, please? All right, then the bench warrant previously issued and held is, remains issued and held to what date, Mrs. Robertson?
September 22nd.
All right, September 22nd at 8:30. 7? All right. All right, we now have Mr. Sheck present. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. The delay, but we're ready. Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay, but we're ready to get up and running now. Ms. Clark, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Mr. Dietrich.
All right, Mr. Diedrich, you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat, sir. And would you please state and spell your name for the record again, please?
My name is Douglas W. Diedrich. Diedrich is spelled D-E-E-D-R-I-C-K.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Agent Diedrich, you've previously testified in this case as an expert with regard to hair and fiber comparisons that you made in this case, correct?
That's right.
Now, you've also testified regarding the fabric samples you received from the victims in this case, correct?
That's right.
Do you have any experience, or have there been many cases in which you've examined have there been many cases that you've been involved in, sir, that caused you to do fabric analysis in the FBI laboratory in the past?
Right. Fabric analysis is very common because it's the type of material that is submitted for examination most of the time. Whether it's fabric damage, where you have to reconstruct pieces of fabric or determine what type of material, a knife or a bullet or a club or some other type of instrument may have caused the damage to the fabric. Fabric is examined for the presence of fiber composition and also design, construction. So fabric is commonly examined in our unit.
Have you done any work to do fabric matching?
Well, fabric matching is another type of exam that's done where fabric may be recovered from a victim, such as the bindings or wrappings around the hands of a victim found at a crime scene, and that fabric might need to be compared with pieces of fabric left in the suspect's car or found in the suspect's residence. He may have stripped off pieces of a bed sheet or a pillowcase so that he could prepare bindings for the victim. In so doing, in tearing that fabric, each tear is unique, so that it's possible to physically match the piece of fabric from the victim or from the crime scene with the piece of fabric taken from his own residence.
Have you ever done any work to determine fabric damage, to determine the kind of weapon that made the damage?
Well, fabric damage is important as well when the question is, could this particular knife have caused, or this particular weapon have caused the damage in the fabric? Again, it may be used, this type of work may be used in conjunction with the fiber comparison. That is, if you find fibers on the knife that exhibit the same characteristics as the fibers from the victim's own clothing, then you can use that information coupled with the type of damage that fabric has incurred. You can determine if it's a single-bladed knife, double-edged knife, the size of the knife. These are determinations that can be made. And again, there's some flexibility there because there's actions involved in stabbings, for instance.
Can we approach, Your Honor? Already?
All right, Ms. Clark?
All right, sir, have you ever done any work in cases involving fabric pattern in comparisons?
Yes, I have.
Can you explain to us what that means?
Well, fabric imprint comparisons are where an incident may occur or contact may occur between a fabric and another surface. And this contact may result in leaving an indication that the contact occurred, such as an imprint pattern. There might be some material that's on the surface of the fabric, like blood or some other grease, and then when the fabric comes in contact with the surface, it may leave an indication of how that surface of the fabric looks. Another type of imprint transfer may be where an individual leans up against a surface like siding on a house and may pick up some of the dust from the surface. An impression may be left as well in the dust. Most of the cases that I've looked at over the years have been relating to hit-and-run cases where victims have been struck with vehicles and the clothing has actually made an impression of some type in the vehicle, whether it's on the bumper, on the fender, on the windshield. But there are many different types of cases that could involve imprint examination. Burglaries, someone crawling through a window, leaving an imprint pattern from the clothing of the pants or the shirt in the putty around the window or on the windowsill. Bullets, as they pass through fabric, may actually pick up the fabric imprint pattern on the nose of the bullet in the lead. Tape that's often used to bind victims or for disguises may have an imprint pattern, not just fingerprints. They may use gloves, but they may also leave imprint patterns on the tape or on the adhesive surface. So this is just another piece of this puzzle that we work with in a forensic laboratory to try to get the information for a case.
Now, have you ever examined fabric imprints where blood was the mechanism, was the liquid that was imprinted?
I can't recall specifically if I worked a case where blood was imprinted. It's hard to believe I haven't. Most of the imprint patterns that I've looked at have been involved with transfers like on vehicles. And in those instances, they often bleed quite a bit, and they may even bleed on impact. So it's possible that I have, yes.
And when you say bleed on impact, are you talking about hit-and-run cases?
On a hit-and-run case, yes. I've looked at situations where weapons may have been concealed in fabric items like a bag or a pillowcase or wrapped up in clothing. And so there you have an imprint of the weapon on that clothing, but there also may be an imprint back onto that particular weapon from the blood that originally came from the knife or some weapon.
Okay. Now, have you ever examined clothing or fabric items where imprint patterns have been formed from other clothing items? In other words, an imprint made on a shirt from a pair of pants being impressed on them, or an imprint from a pair of pants onto a shirt.
I've seen it on sheets, not so much on clothing. It's not common for me to look at casework and even concern myself with that, because that is generally not an issue. Most of the concerns of this type of examination involve like breaking and entering, hit and run. You may have some tape exams. But I have seen fabric impressions on sheets in murder cases, I believe, and also in rape cases.
Mm-hmm. Can you explain to us why you usually don't see or get involved in analyses that have to do with one piece of clothing impressed on another piece of clothing?
I didn't quite follow that exactly.
Okay. You indicated that usually it's when you have fabric on fabric impressions that you're looking to identify. It's because you have a fabric impression on a sheet, or maybe it involves fabric tape that's used to bind a victim or something like that. It's not usually an article of clothing on another article of clothing.
It's fine leading.
No, usually it's not. We're not concerned so much with whether or not the fabrics made contact by looking for fabric type imprints or impressions. If they're going to make contact, we're going to be looking for the hair, the fiber evidence, and maybe some blood evidence. And that's going to be the main focus of the laboratory, not so much looking to see if a piece of fabric may have scraped across it, because many of these are not as definitive, because fabric on fabric often leaves a very limiting type indication or limiting marks.
In other words, even if you had a suspect's clothing worn at the time of the crime, if you found an imprint that may be consistent, you still couldn't identify.
Conclusion.
I'm sorry. Even if you found a suspect's clothing at the time of the crime, would you be able to say, in most cases, whether it came from that clothing to the exclusion of all others?
Objection calls for speculation.
No, it's not possible to take most fabric cases, fabric type examinations, and say absolutely this fabric made this imprint on a sheet or on another, even on a bumper of a car. It's not possible to say absolutely. Where you may be able to come up with more definitive conclusions would be where there's been some defect in the fabric, or there's some unusual characteristic, some design, some unusual design, or perhaps an emblem or an embossed label or something that is very unusual, and this made an imprint on a surface. Then it becomes a little more unique. But most fabrics don't leave imprints that are that significant. Where fabrics may have some value is where you have some raised surface, something that may give you an imprint pattern.
Would you say, sir, that the fabric imprint examinations in a forensic laboratory are relatively common?
Very common. Very common.
In that respect, sir, our fabric impression comparisons part of the larger family of imprint examinations?
Yes, they are.
Can you explain what that means, what you mean by that?
Well, imprint examinations, as I said, are very common in a laboratory. In our laboratory, we have different units that do different things. Tool marks. At a point of entry, they may leave an imprint or an impression of that tool in a window or on a lock. In shooting cases, you may have the impressions, lands and grooves that are impressed on the surface of the bullet as it passes out the barrel. You may have fingerprints. Obviously, that's one. Shoe prints, tire treads, something that may have been left behind that you're trying to link back up to that particular crime. Fabric is just another one. If the surface of the fabric comes in contact with another surface and it is in a condition that it can leave something behind, then we compare it. And since we do hair and fiber fabric examinations in our unit, we're the ones responsible for most of those types of exams.
Next question.
Now, are you familiar with a man by the name of Bill Boziak?
I am, yes.
And who is he, sir?
He's an agent in the shoe print unit of the document section.
And are you aware of what his job description is, what he does?
Well, he's a supervisory special agent. He's responsible for looking at shoe prints of different types. And I think he's done some tires and some other miscellaneous document work over the years.
If an impression is determined to be a shoe print, do you examine it?
No.
Does he examine it?
Yes, and we have cases that come into our unit where no request is made that a shoe print is visible, and I take it right to him.
So if you think that a shoe print may be involved, you pass it to him, correct?
I pass it along, and it's not always a requested exam.
As to his qualifications to determine it's a shoe print?
And sir, conversely, if there's an imprint that appears to be a fabric impression, who does it go to for examination and analysis?
Well, they generally ask me to do it because I've been there a while.
How many cases have you done that involved the comparison of fabric impressions?
Probably 100 or more cases, either working by me directly or as a consulting with other examiners. Every time an examiner has a case like this, they consult me on it.
In your experience, sir, have you found that different kinds of fabric have different distinctive features to them?
Yes, they can be very distinctive.
Can you describe some of the features that you look for in determining whether or not an impression is left by a particular type of fabric?
Well, different types of fabrics, whether they're woven or knitted, may leave a pattern depending on the surface characteristics. That is, the design of the fabric may be such that there may be raised areas that may absorb a certain material and may leave that upon contact with another surface. Twill slacks, for instance, like blue jeans, that's not uncommon to see blue jean type impressions or imprint patterns on a lot of different items because it's a raised rib fabric and it's a common fabric. In hit and run cases that I've worked, a lot of blue jeans have struck bumpers.
Did you prepare a board to allow the jury to see some examples of different kinds of fabric impressions?
I did.
I have a board here, Your Honor, that has been shown to everyone. I see Mark Peoples next in order.
All right, people, 618.
Thank
Is that correct, Mrs. Robertson?
So why don't you step down, you want to take the floor here?
618. Ms. Clark.
For the record, on this board are 6 photographs. Each of them is labeled with the kind of fabric that it is, so we will not have to use A, B, C, D.
All right.
If you would, sir, please point to whichever photograph you choose to begin with to explain to the jury what you were attempting to depict with these photographs. When you do that, would you please identify the photograph by the name of the fabric that you put on there?
All right. The first thing right off you see is this front porch down here, and that's not a fabric. I have brushed surface area on the front porch, and I wanted to see what kind of imprint pattern that might leave. So I just put a little food coloring down and wiped it across with some typing paper, just to give you an idea of how this might look if it left an imprint pattern, if something came upon it. The other fabrics included gabardine up in the upper left. The pattern it leaves, it looks like a bunch of dots, but if you look closely, it almost has a diagonal type of row pattern to it. Corduroy is again a raised type fabric with ribs. It'll leave this particular pattern. Twill pants, just beneath it here. Dockers are good examples. There's many different types of manufacturer labels that use twill pants. This differs from blue jeans on the left simply by the fineness of the rows. That is, these ribs are closer together, and you see that on blue jeans. They're a little bit coarser, and they tend to have these ribs a little further apart. I took one of the lap towels that we have in the unit and did an imprint pattern of it, and you can see kind of a unique, a different appearance. And that's just the design of the surface of the towel. And all this was, I did this for was just to give you an idea of the varied types of patterns that you may have between 5 fabrics and a front porch.
Now, I forgot to ask you one critical thing here, sir. Were there some items of evidence that you examined in this case that are to which your examinations are relevant with respect to your knowledge of fabric impressions?
Yes.
And what was it you examined from the evidence in this case concerning fabric impressions?
Well, I examined Ron Goldman's jeans, shirt. There was an envelope that originally contained some glasses. It was found at the crime scene, and a photograph of a piece of paper that was from the crime scene.
All right.
Ms. Clark, you
Let
done
me-
with this exhibit?
Yeah, I'm going to take it then. All right, now, you indicated that you looked at Ron Goldman's jeans and his shirt in this case, correct?
I did.
Now, did you also look at photographs of those two items, sir?
Yes, I did.
When you looked at those photographs, were there photographs of different magnifications made of the jeans and the shirt?
Yes.
Okay, let's focus on the jeans for a moment. Did you prepare a chart showing the photographs of Ron Goldman's jeans at different magnification levels?
Right. The chart has a complete image of the genes, and it's actually less than 1-to-1. It was reduced just to fit onto the developing paper. And then there are two other photographs that are 1-to-1 from about the pocket area down to the bottom.
Maybe I'll just show that chart now. Sorry. People's 619, Your Honor?
All right, people 619.
Sir, I think a picture is going to make it easier. If you wouldn't mind stepping down to explain to the jury what you're showing in these photographs.
Okay, as I said, this one on the left, this photograph shows you the blue jeans here identified as coming from the victim, Ron Goldman. What I did was I circled, it might be difficult to see here, thanks. There's two circles that I made on the right side of the right leg that I was interested in because there appeared to be some type of pattern imprint. These were, these photographs on the right, that's about 1-to-1. That's about the actual size of the right leg. These circled areas, this one circle on the top is broken down into two areas, and the circle at the bottom is depicted on the bottom photograph.
Now, so the areas that you have circled here are the areas of interest to you?
Right, because there does appear to be some type of pattern imprint present on the leg.
Now, was your attention directed to those areas by someone?
Yes,
And by whom?
by Mr. Boziak.
And so he had already examined it by the time he gave it to you?
Yes, he's the one that initiated the photographs. I had not seen the blue jeans except for very early on in this particular case, and I had not seen them since. So he showed me these photographs.
Now, when he passed them on to you, did you, after examining them, make some preliminary observations concerning what you thought they depicted?
Well, I wasn't quite sure what they depicted initially. There did appear to be some parallel type lines going in different directions in the top circle, in the middle circle, and going down from right to left, and also down vertical type lines that were present down just below the knee area. I wasn't quite sure what they were.
Okay. Did you have some test impressions submitted to you for comparison to these impressions that you see on these jeans?
Yes, I had test imprint patterns submitted from the blue jeans as well as from Ron Goldman's shoe and Ron Goldman's shirt.
And when we say test impressions, could you explain to the jury what that is and how it's done?
Well, a test pattern can be prepared a number of different ways. Years ago, ink pads were very commonly used, and they still are. I mean, ink pads do work pretty well. So that many of the original imprint tests that were prepared from fabric were done with ink. Again, as I say, you can still use that. There's another system that's been developed in the market. It's called the identicator, and it's a chemical that has a pad, and the fabric is blotted into it, and then it's pressed onto some treated paper. And the treated paper reacts with the chemical real quick, and it will leave the imprint pattern of that fabric. This particular system can be used for shoes. It can be used for a lot of different things because it's the chemical that reacts with the paper based upon the pressure.
Okay, so when you make that impression of a piece of fabric, do you wind up with kind of like what looks like a fingerprint of the fabric?
Right, you'll get an exact kind of a mirror image of it or negative of the surface of that material that you're looking at. For instance, the ribbed blue jeans, the ribs that set out a little bit further from the fabric, they will appear to be dark on the identicator.
Now, once you perform that, once you have a test impression, what do you do with the area that, the imprint that is questioned, that you're trying to determine the source of?
Rephrase the question.
What do you do? Didn't I say that? I didn't say, okay. What do you do after you have the test impression created in order to compare it to the questioned imprint on the evidence?
Well, these are compared visually, side by side. Again, making sure that you start with 1x, that is 1-to-1, and you can do a visual comparison. Sometimes it's not possible to see as much at 1-to-1, so you may have to photograph it, enlarge it to where it's clear, and then do a comparison that way. You may even make overlays if you think it's necessary. But most of these are just visual comparisons and also making some measurements.
Now, did you also make your own test impressions of the genes in this case?
I did.
Before I get to that, sir, if I may ask you, after you did the test, you compared the test impressions of Ron Goldman's genes to the questioned imprint areas on his genes, did you form some opinion concerning the possible source of that imprint?
Okay, the genes and the jeans, I didn't do. I compared the shirt with the jeans.
I'm sorry. Let me back up. In this case, you compared, did you also prepare test impressions of Ron Goldman's shirt?
Yes, I did.
Before you prepared your own test impressions of his shirt, did you have in your possession test impressions of the shirt prepared by someone else?
Yes, I did.
And did you compare those test impressions to the questioned area of imprint on the jeans?
I did.
And did you form some opinion at that time concerning the possible source of the imprint you saw on the jeans, which you've circled on People's 618?
Yes, I did.
Later, at some point after that, did you also make your own test impressions using the identicator of Ron Goldman's shirt?
I did, yes.
And did you then compare those test impressions also to the questioned imprint areas on Ron Goldman's jeans circled on People's 618?
I did. I compared both. The test that I made, I compared with the original test, plus I compared them with the imprint patterns that were present on the jeans.
Counsel, I think you may have misspoken yourself. I think this is 619 is the gene
Thank you.
exhibit.
Thank you. 619. May I ask that when I said 618 in these last few questions, I meant 619. All right. Now, after those comparisons were done, and were these one-on-one comparisons, by the way?
Oh, they were, yes. The latest ones were one-on-one.
And the earlier ones were?
They were up to 4x, 4 times.
And what opinion did you form, sir?
Well, that the pattern that was prepared from the test imprint of the shirt could have produced the imprint patterns or the parallel lines that are present on the jeans, located mainly in this top circle. Down in the middle circle here on the right-hand side of the photograph, lines that are also very similar, and down here at the knee area. But by far, the best ones were right above the knee area on the right side of the pants.
Do you have an opinion, sir, as to the type of movement that would have caused the imprint that you've circled on People's 619 on Ron Goldman's jeans?
Well, it could be a swiping type movement. Very easily it could have been that, or a flat imprint. But I believe more likely it probably was a swiping type in the direction of the rib on the shirt.
Now, I want to ask you another question, sir, and for that you can retake the witness stand. Do you see commonly variations between the test impression taken from an article of fabric and the questioned imprint which you may find to be consistent with that fabric.
Yes, you'll always find some variation.
And why is that?
Well, because the act of transferring an imprint onto a surface during an actual living event is affected by the amount of force, the movement of the individuals, the duration of the contact, the force of the contact, directionality of it, if it's twisted or slid. And when you make a test imprint, you're trying to recreate it as best you can, but there's no way to know exactly what happened during the initial event or when a crime has been committed. It's without having a videotape and actually seeing it occur, you don't know. So you try to do your best to recreate various movements or pressures that you put onto that treated paper.
Let me ask you a question, sir. Fabric typically is stretchy. It bends, correct?
Fabric is flexible, yes.
When fabric is worn on a person's body is generally not flat like a board or a table or a piece of paper.
Oh,
That's right. Common sense.
Right. When you make a test impression with fabric, what do you impress it on a rounded surface?
No, it's flat.
Like a leg or something?
No, it's flat. It's on a flat surface.
And the surface that you make the impression on, is that another piece of fabric?
No, it's on a piece of paper on a table.
So so using the piece of paper that's flat on a table, can you say first of all whether or not the paper has the same kind of absorbency as fabric?
No, you can't.
And so it's flat and it's a different absorbency. Also, is there any way that you try to stretch the fabric or pull it to show how it's going to look different if bent or stretched in any particular manner when you make the impression?
Well, sometimes you can place a finger in one area and stretch the fabric and make an imprint pattern that way. That may be more characteristic of fabric that's at the elbow, or if it's on gloves at the knuckles, or if it's on pants at the knee area, because these are the areas that often get worn and they also often are flexed a little bit more. So an imprint pattern that's taken from in a situation like that on a twill fabric or blue jean type fabric, often you'll see that the ribs are a little bit further apart. Whereas if you press it flat, turn the fabric in a little bit, it can make these ribs a little bit closer together. So it's a test that you're conducting, and you do your best to try to recreate an actual event, but you never really can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you know necessarily how much force was applied during the commission of a crime to cause a fabric imprint to be made?
In some instances, if you know how fast a car is going, I mean, you could know then.
Could you ever duplicate that force in making your test impression?
Well, you'd probably have to find some dummy wearing some clothes standing out there wanting to be hit. Maybe that would be one way to do it, because you have to have some resistance, and the resistance to that impact would have to be some mannequin or dummy that, and I don't think you could even do it then, because obviously that the victim of a hit and run case may be aware, may not be aware, may be running, may be ducking, may be jumping. So I don't know if you could even recreate it then.
But the bottom line is, sir, that are there a number of variables that occur when an actual imprint is made on fabric during the commission of a crime that cannot be completely duplicated in making your test impression?
Right, there's many variables.
Nevertheless, would you ever render an opinion as to whether or not a specific kind of article of clothing made a questioned imprint on a piece of evidence without having a test impression?
No, I would never attempt to do that. I would try my best to recreate what type of pattern a fabric may have or an object may have before I conducted a comparison.
Would you be willing to dismiss the possibility that any particular item of clothing may have made an imprint on a piece of evidence at a crime scene without having seen a test impression of that item to compare it to the questioned imprint?
I think in some instances, if you have an unusual enough pattern, I think you might be able to do that. But yeah, I'd really want to do it just to be scientifically accurate as much as possible. You'd want to show people that, in fact, these do make different test patterns. But with blue jeans and some other fabrics, I would want to do that because, like twill pants, blue jean pants, you may want to make sure that the ribs and so forth are similar. So I'd want to make sure I did a test pattern.
Now, are you aware, sir, that Dr. Lee testified during the defense case to certain imprints on Ron Goldman's blue jeans?
I heard some of that testimony, yes.
Are you aware, sir, that he, in his testimony, excluded the possibility that Ron Goldman's shirt could have made any of those imprints?
I remember that, yes.
Are you also aware, sir, that he made no test impressions prior to, and made no comparisons between test impressions and the questioned imprint prior to arriving at his conclusions?
I'm not sure if I recall hearing that.
Hypothetically speaking, sir, if under those facts, that is, a questioned imprint on a pair of jeans and a victim's shirt of the type that Ron Goldman wore, if that shirt were to be excluded by an expert as having made the imprint on the jeans without having any test impressions to compare to the questioned imprint from Ron Goldman's shirt, what would your opinion be of that scientific procedure?
Well, I think it's inadequate. I think you really need to do as much as you can as far as trying to recreate a pattern to compare it to. I don't know how you can make a statement like that without knowing what kind of pattern the shirt actually makes. I think you need to do it.
Now, did you examine the board created by the defense known as 1339?
Yes, I did.
Mrs. Roberts, I think they may need assistance getting an exhibit. This is defense 1339. All right. Mrs. Robertson, is there anything that is not appropriate? I'm sorry, Ms. Clark, is there anything that's not appropriate on this exhibit?
No, it's fine. You don't have to cut the feet on this one, I don't think. Black and white photographs of the jeans.
Thank you.
Without any.
Ms. Clark?
So we have here defendants 1339. Have you looked at this board previously?
Yes, I have.
Why, you probably need to step down with the pointer. All right, now the area that is designated with the red numbers 1, 2, and 3, the areas that are designated, have you examined those areas on this photograph on Defense 1339?
I have, yes.
Have you also then examined the pullouts 1, 2, and 3 in the blow-up photographs on this board that purport to be the locations designated by the red arrows and numbers on this overall shot of the jeans?
Yes, I examined all of these imprint photographs.
Now, with respect to imprint number 1, do you have any observations regarding that designated area?
No, it seems to be accurate. I mean, if you'd have to turn this photograph on its side, because this area here at the bottom, this dark area, represents the dark area on the right side of the jeans. But it represents the area that's depicted.
With respect to imprint number 2, the pullout over here, it's represented to be the upper right knee area on the overall picture of the jeans. Do you have an observation with respect to that imprint?
Well, it's not quite positioned by the arrow. It's in the same, it's in the general area, but this particular pattern here is actually located right in this area.
And for the record, the witness is pointing to a location that is approximately 1 inch down and maybe a 1/4 inch in, that is towards the right-hand side as you face it, more towards the center of the knee. So where the arrow is pointing to as number 2 is not really where that pattern is.
It's
Picture speaks.
Oral.
it's pointing towards it, but the arrow doesn't land on it, and it's in the general area.
And with respect to number 3, imprint number 3, do you have any observations with respect to that imprint, sir?
Well, number 3 is just not right at all. 3 is located right up in this area.
And for the record, the witness has pointed to what is actually on the same side as the red number 2 and up about 2 inches, where there seems to be a blotch of dark substance on what would...
Appears to be adjacent from the label on the ruler, that is to the left.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Then, based on your examination, sir, imprint number 3, as designated on the inside of the jean, was not there at all.
No, this particular pattern, if you superimposed it, you would see that this is the area of interest, and that's the area that I was focusing on, so I recognized it right off.
And when the witness said this is the area of interest, for the record, Your Honor, he pointed again to the area adjacent to the label on the ruler that's on the left-hand side of the jeans as you face them. Now, with respect to imprint number 2 and imprint number 3, sir, are they the same level of magnification?
They don't appear to be. No, the imprint number 2 appears to be a higher magnification. And this is just based upon the size of the ribs. The ribs on imprint number 3 are smaller. And imprint number 2, they're much larger. Of course, the exposure, as you can see, they're a little more washed out on imprint number 2.
Is there a problem with that?
Well, if you're trying to compare patterns or compare two things, you'd want to have them magnified about the same. It's like comparing hairs, fibers, or anything. If you're comparing them, you should be comparing them using the same parameters. And imprint patterns would be one way to do that.
Why should you be comparing them at the same level of magnification?
Well, just so you're correct. You wouldn't want to give someone the idea that it's something when it actually isn't. You want to represent the evidence as accurately as possible.
When you the more you magnify, what impact does that have on how much space there appears to be between the ribbing?
Well, as you magnify an image, you're going to increase the distance between objects, obviously. The object will get larger, the space between objects will get larger. The ribbed pattern, the lines that are present on imprint number 2 on the lower left-hand corner will increase in size between them. That is, if you're comparing it to something that perhaps like imprint number 3, these lines appear close together. Yet it's not unreasonable that both of them were produced perhaps by a similar type material.
So by putting in different photographs of different areas at different levels of magnification, might it occur that an imprint, a questioned imprint, might appear to look similar, two questioned imprints might appear to look similar when they really aren't, because the spacing is misrepresented by the magnification?
Sustain. Raise the question.
Can the use of different levels of magnification on two different imprints have some impact on, strike that, let me try it again. can the use of two different levels of magnification on two different imprints create a misimpression with respect to whether or not they were made by the same source or same item?
I think it goes to what message or what you're trying to say, what point you're trying to make. Trying to show two things are from the same source, then you would want to represent it under the same conditions, the same magnification. It's misleading to take something that's very small and magnify it up to something that's very big, if that's what you're interested in comparing it to. Because if you really don't know anything about it, you might think that the small thing looks like the big thing, when in reality, they could never be the same.
Now, with respect to the imprint that you identified on the jeans as being consistent with Ron Goldman's shirt, can you show us where on the overall photograph that imprint was?
The imprint pattern on the full photograph on the left of the blue jeans that I thought was by far the best, and there were several in several different directions, were located on just above the knee on the right-hand side, on the outside of the jeans.
Would that be the area where imprint 3 should be designated on this photograph?
Right. You would take imprint 3, turn it up, and move it right over here, and that would be the area which is just above the knee, right above on the right-hand side of the pants.
And that was the area that you found to be consistent with the shirt of Ron Goldman?
That's right, I did.
Would the appearance of that imprint be consistent with his brushing his sleeve over that area of the jeans?
Yes.
Oh,
You know, I didn't answer that, but yes, in my opinion, that would be.
Now, did you also, sir, want to have a seat? All right, sir. Did Mr. Boziak also give to you photographs of an envelope found at the crime scene and a piece of paper that was found at the crime scene?
Yes, he did.
And had he already examined them himself when he gave them to you?
Yes.
Having already examined them, he asked you a question, he asked you to perform some work?
sustained.
Well, he gave you those photographs, is that correct, sir?
He did.
Did he give you photographs every day as a gift, sir?
I have enough work, but no, he doesn't.
All right. So when he gave you those photographs, what did you understand you were supposed to do?
Well, I was to look at the pattern on those photographs to determine if fabric may have been the source of the imprint pattern.
And did you cause a board to be prepared of the photographs of those items, sir?
I did.
People 620 run?
620, and I'm sorry, may I see that briefly?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
3 photographs on this. All right. Is this the board you prepared to depict the envelope of the paper and test impressions?
Yes, it is.
Did you identify any patterns on either the paper, which you have labeled on this board as paper, or the envelope found at the crime scene, which is labeled on this board as envelope?
Yes, there were very fine parallel lines on the piece of paper at the bottom photograph, and also on the upper right-hand corner of the back side of that envelope that was recovered from the crime scene.
All right. Would you like to step down, sir, so you could show the members
I'd
of
be
the jury?
glad to. Okay, the top photograph is the envelope. The area is upper right-hand corner on the back side, just a real small area. Small parallel lines going from left to right. Bottom photograph is of the paper. These lines are much fainter. They're located in this general area going from left to right again. They're in this area in the center of the photograph, as well as it appears that there's some a little bit further into that more stained area.
All right, for the record, with respect to the envelope, the witness pointed to the upper right-hand corner as you face it of the envelope. And with respect to the paper, the witness pointed to the area that is along the lower edge and approximately 1 inch up in the approximate middle of the paper. Now, if those lines on the paper, sir, are so faint, why didn't you simply magnify the photograph to be very big so that you could more easily visualize it?
Well, you can do that. Often when you magnify something this faint, you're going to start losing definition to it. And often many imprint patterns are more easily seen at the real low magnification, not higher magnification. You can alter the contrast by photographic techniques. You may add chemicals to different things to also darken it. But to leave it in its existing condition, I did not enlarge this. I felt you would lose definition.
Well, then why not add chemicals to the development process of the photograph so that you could more easily see the lines?
I think you could, again, it may be a technique where, again, I'm not a photographer, but you may also increase the contrast by washing out some of the other areas and maybe focusing in on just the fine lines. But I think you'd better speak to a photographer on that.
All right. But if you did that for the purpose of your scientific comparison, would there be a problem with the validity of making a comparison with a photograph in which the contrast and the lines have been altered in color to your test impression?
It obviously changes the appearance of it. If you're interested in just the image of the imprint pattern, it may not be that big of an issue. But trying to keep it in line with what you actually see in its real state, probably you may want to do that. It just depends on what angle you want to approach it from.
Now, when you examined the envelope and the paper, did you have any test impression to compare those patterns to on those two items?
I did, yes.
And what was the test impression you had?
Well, there was a test pattern that was prepared and submitted, taken of the genes, and I also had one that I prepared myself.
And when you say the genes, you mean Ron Goldman's genes?
That's right.
So you compared the impressions found on the envelope and on the paper to test impressions taken of Ron Goldman's genes?
That's right.
And when you did so, sir, did you form an opinion?
Well, my opinion is that the imprint pattern on the back of the envelope and also on the piece of paper could have been caused by the genes, which is represented by the imprint patterns in the center photograph. All of these photographs are one-to-one.
Now, is that an important thing to know and to tell the jury, that the photographs are all one-to-one?
Sure. I mean, that's truth. I mean, that's what I'm here to tell you, that this is what you're actually seeing. It's a very fine pattern that's exhibited, and you see the same fine type patterns that are found on the envelope. We want to represent the evidence, represent the identification as it is.
And in having a test impression that is not magnified compared to an unmagnified impression shown on the envelope and the paper, does that give you any greater degree of scientific certainty as to the consistency of those patterns with Ron Goldman's genes than if you had a magnified test impression or magnified impression of the envelope or paper to compare?
Again, and then we've gone over this, that whenever you're comparing two things, whether it's 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, or 100-to-1, you're going to be comparing them. You compare them at the same magnification. Or you can compare them one-on-one. And you may use a hand magnifier with low magnification to do that comparison.
Now, did the impressions on the envelope and the paper appear to you to have come from the same source?
Yes,
They looked similar, did they?
they look the same to me.
And the impressions on the envelope and the paper, did they look similar to the impression you saw and identified on Ron Goldman's jeans?
The imprint pattern that was on his jeans?
Correct.
Oh, no, it's different. No, the shirt makes a completely different pattern than the jeans.
And regardless of whether it was Ron Goldman's shirt or not, the imprint that you identified on Ron Goldman's jeans, did it appear similar to you, to the imprint patterns you found on the envelope and the paper?
No.
Then, in your opinion, sir, the imprints on the envelope and paper, were they made by a different object than the imprint on Ron Goldman's jeans that you identified?
They're made by different sources. Right, the envelope and the paper appear to have come from a single source or a couple sources that may have the same pattern. And the one fabric imprint that was found on his pants, well, could not have been caused by the jeans. It could have been caused by the shirt or another fabric that has the same pattern.
Okay, so between the envelope, paper, and the jeans, you have at least 2 possible sources for the imprints, maybe 3.
Well, at least 2. Yeah, at least for these, and 1 or more for the imprint pattern on the right side of the pants.
Now, did you also prepare a chart, sir, showing the jeans, the shirt, and the envelope?
Yes, I did.
Bless you. 621.
Thank you.
May I see that briefly? Thank you. Thank you.
The previous chart was so small, that you don't point out that perhaps it would be better to pass it around through the jurors, or at least have somebody hold it up and show it to them.
All right, would you hand that to juror number 7, please? Thank you. All right, Ms. Clark, would you collect that from Deputy Smith, please?
All right, and people's,
621.
all right, now on this board, I see that you have a picture of the blue jeans and a test imprint of the shirt, an imprint of the envelope, and a test imprint of the blue jeans. I don't see the piece of. I don't see a picture of the little paper that was photographed at the crime scene that was shown on the previous exhibit. Is there a reason for that, sir?
These were all magnified, and again, I stated I did increase the magnification on the paper.
So, what, because it was so faint?
Again, you have a lot of difficulty in seeing it.
Tell us what you're trying to show us here on this board.
Well, the imprint patterns on this particular.
Counsel? Remember our rule on discussions? All right, thank you. Just a reminder.
The test imprint patterns on this particular chart are on the right-hand side. Okay, from test imprint of the shirt, of the blue jeans, and here's another fainter, a little lighter test imprint, taken under a little different photography situation. The photographs on the left were either color or black and white at about 4x for the top 4 photographs here, both test imprints and imprints on the blue jeans and envelope. The photographs on the bottom are a little bit larger. They're closer to 8 magnification. And I'll explain why that is. Upper left-hand corner, the imprint patterns that I pointed out before on the right side on the blue jeans, on the right leg, there's that blob again. That's kind of like the marker that I went by. The patterns appear going across the twill, okay, going across the ribs, which is significant because you wouldn't expect to see lines going in that direction unless there was something actually cutting across. The pattern that the shirt leaves is on the right, and it's magnified about the same. So the spacing and the appearance of these was compared with the spacing and appearance of those patterns found on the blue jeans. The imprint on the envelope, upper right-hand side, it's about 4x again. This one's a little bit darker. This is a heavy imprint. That's a lot of identicator solution pressed in. The better, I often find that the better imprints are represented by the ones that you see on the lower right-hand side. And it's a Polaroid photograph of an imprint pattern. This was taken from the same sheet that this one came from, but it was from a little different area. That,
For the record, when the witness said this was taken from this, the witness was pointing to the lower right-hand photograph as being this, and then was taken from this, he pointed to the middle right side photograph
As that.
as that. Thank you.
Thank you.
and the reason I say this is because many of the imprint patterns that are left are not real dark. They're often very light, especially dust imprints they're very difficult to see. But this spacing here was compared with the spacing and so forth in appearance of the imprint that was on the envelope. And these are magnified again about the same, about 8 times or so.
So, on these two lowest photographs, sir, they're both 8 times magnification?
They're about 8. They're about 8.
So, in the right-hand column, those are all the test impressions?
On the right side, these are all test imprints from the shirt on the upper right, test imprint from the blue jeans, so the second and the third on the right-hand side.
But in each case, when you compare a test impression to the questioned imprint on this board, each pair is of the same magnification, is that right?
Same conditions, straight across. And it's similar to when I did hairs or fibers, same thing.
Now, Did you notice on Dr. Lee's boards whether there was any indication as to what the magnification was that was used for any particular photograph?
Oh, some of the ones that I saw, I didn't see any indication of magnification.
And was there any indication that you could see on those boards as to whether or not the items compared were of the same magnification or not?
If you had two items and you know they were the same, you could do a comparison that way to see if they're proportionally the same. Otherwise, it may have some difficulty. You have to have a reference point to work from to determine whether or not they're the same or they aren't the same.
Was there any indication on the boards that you could read to see whether the magnification was the same? Were they labeled as such?
No, but I didn't label these bottom photographs either. I'm just telling you because that's what I remember them to be. But I didn't see anything on his boards there to indicate that.
And in any case, you're telling us that those are the same magnification.
They're the same. Same for the photographic settings on the microscope that I used, and same size frame, same size picture in each case.
You can. So, Mr. Diedrich, based on all of the examinations that you conducted with respect to the questioned imprint on the jeans of Ron Goldman and the imprint patterns that were questioned on the envelope and piece of paper at the crime scene, what conclusion did you come to?
I placed the victim, Ron Goldman, at the crime scene.
That's the significance of what you found,
That's what I did.
which is where he was found, correct?
That's what I understand.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Scheck?
Break at 2:30, is there any, so could we take a little early and come back a little early?
Do you want to get your
Just
exhibits together?
reorganize and get boards
All right.
out. maybe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. Remember, all my admonitions to you will be in recess for about 15 minutes. All right, and Mr. Scheck, I'll have Mrs. Robertson assist you with the exhibits. All right, thank you. Mr. Diedrich, 50. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are again present. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Duke, would you resume the witness stand, please? And let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel, that Mr. Douglas Diedrich is on the witness stand, and that the prosecution has completed their direct examination on the recall of Mr. Diedrich. And Mr. Scheck, you may commence your cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Agent Diedrich.
Good afternoon.
Agent Diedrich, I think I didn't have the pleasure of being in the courtroom the last time you testified, but I did watch it on television. You testified about hair and fiber.
Primarily, yes.
And I recall you telling the jury that you had done 500,000 or about 500,000 comparisons under a microscope of hairs and fiber.
That's probably reasonable.
And you indicated that that was about 3,000 cases per year.
No, it's about 300 some cases per year, probably.
300 cases per year. Well, have you been at the Bureau from what, 1977, 78 was your initial training period?
Right, 77 is when I came.
And it would be fair to say that most of the time that you've been working at the Bureau, you've been at that microscope doing those 500,000 comparisons of hairs and fibers.
Right. Most of the work probably has been surrounding the microscope. That's correct.
And you are not expert in blood pattern interpretation.
I am not.
All right? And that involves the examination of bloody imprints.
I'm not an expert, but I assume that that's reasonable.
You used a term before, swipe.
Right.
Do you know if that has any particular significance in the discipline of blood spatter interpretation?
Well, I've heard it used before.
Were you just sort of throwing that term out, Swipe?
That's the term that came to mind. It has nothing to do with a blood analysis because I'm not expert in that.
Okay. We'll get back to that. So you don't hold yourself out as an expert in blood pattern interpretation. Fair enough?
I would say that in general that's accurate.
And you are not trained in serology?
Well, I have some basic training, but I'm not a serologist.
No, wouldn't hold yourself out as having
No,
expertise in serology.
No, I wouldn't dare testify in that area.
Okay. Now, you rarely go to crime scenes in your, was it 20, how many years you been with the Bureau? 28 years?
23. 23 about.
1977, 1995?
72, that's about right, 23 years.
23 years. In your 23 years, you have rarely gone to crime scenes.
Well, rarely, yes, I would say that's a good term.
And you just told me before that, to the best of your recollection, you can recall being at between 20 to 25 crime scenes.
That's probably a good number.
And to your recollection, you'd never been at a crime scene at the point where a body was still there. Most of these were homicides, right?
Most of them have been homicides, and I come in generally, and in fact, almost all those cases, the body has been removed.
Mm-hmm. Now, you would agree that the analysis of items at a crime scene is a much more dynamic and fluid situation than an analysis conducted in the laboratory.
Well, there's many considerations at a crime scene that you also may think about as a laboratory examiner, because you may need to request additional materials or request that certain other collections be made. But the crime itself is a dynamic event. There's many things that are going on, and you might be able to reconstruct some of that through the lab. You may need also to be at the crime scene to help.
All right, but we've discussed blood spatter interpretation, serology, and now what I'm getting to, as we discussed before, is the discipline of crime scene reconstruction. You're familiar with that?
I am.
All right. And you would not hold yourself out as an expert in crime scene reconstruction, that is, a person that goes to the crime scene and, taking account all the different disciplines, tries to do a reconstruction.
No, I wouldn't do that, no.
Okay. Now, have you ever you were asked to, you examined the jeans and the shirt at some point much earlier in the investigation of this case, did you not?
I did, yes.
Came to the Los Angeles Police Department, and with Susan Brockbank from the LAPD, you looked at the jeans and the shirt.
Right.
And at that time, you did not take note of any imprint patterns on the jeans that you thought had any forensic significance.
No, I didn't look at those clothing items with that intent.
And the first time you began to look at photographs of the jeans and of the shirt was when you were in your office at the FBI sometime prior to Dr. Lee's testimony, when you and Agent Bodziak got a telephone call.
Well, I believe he may have been on the phone at the time, and he also had a report that I saw.
And that was a report from Dr. Lee.
That's right.
And so you and Agent Bodziak began a reconsideration of imprint patterns after seeing Dr. Lee's report before he testified.
Oh, well.
Well, a lot of my work initiated with that day as to consideration of fabric imprints, or, yeah, this started on that day. I don't recall how negotiations went on or what discussions were held.
And you referred to test impressions that were the basis of your testimony here.
Right.
And these test impressions were conducted at the Los Angeles Police Department starting on August 21st.
Of this year.
Yeah. And did you even direct anybody on beginning those test impressions and how they should be done for purposes of a fabric comparison?
No, I didn't have any direct communication with anybody from the police department on that.
Okay. Now, Ms. Clark asked you a number of questions about your experience and qualifications to give this jury an opinion about imprints on fabrics. You recall those?
I do.
And you and I had a discussion just a few minutes ago before you got on the witness stand about your qualifications in this area.
Right.
And after you and I discussed that matter, you went in and had some further conversations with Ms. Clark.
I don't believe so. I think I went upstairs and then came back down and ate some lasagna and
Okay.
came right back in.
No, didn't speak to anybody in the district attorney's office about anything that
No,
you and I had
I
discussed.
just had a seat.
Good. Now, in terms of the fabric impression work that you do, you have indicated that about 100 cases you've been involved in your 23 years as an agent where you did anything with fabric imprints.
That's about 100. That's right.
And most of these involved dust imprints,
Most of them did, yes.
and most of these were involved in hit-and-run accidents.
That's probably true.
Now, in reviewing Dr. Lee's testimony, do you recall he made a distinction between scientific fact and interpretation?
I don't recall that.
No?
There is a distinction, I'm sure.
Did you read his testimony?
No.
Did you watch his testimony?
Well, only part of it. I have other things to do.
Do you think that Dr. Lee was intentionally misrepresenting facts to this jury?
Objection, argumentative, speculation.
Overruled.
I have no idea what was going through his head.
Okay. Now, would you accept the distinction between scientific fact and interpretation?
Sure.
And would you agree that it is important to have adequate qualifications to get up on the witness stand and testify about something as an expert?
Well, it'd be nice to do it a few times before you talk about it.
Okay. Would you agree it is a scientific fact that the imprints that you just testified about are bloody imprints?
Well, I'm not certain of that, but I mean, I assume that's blood. It looks red, and it's a bloody crime scene, so I suspect that's blood. That's a fact.
Well, do you in any way dispute that the imprint on the envelope is an imprint made in blood?
No, I had no question about it.
The imprint on the piece of paper is an imprint made in blood?
Looks like blood.
The imprints, parallel line imprints on Mr. Goldman's jeans are imprints made in blood?
They're pretty dark. I couldn't tell. Black and white almost, most of my photographs that I looked at.
Well, you saw some color photographs.
Yeah, but the color photograph was less than 1 to 1. I looked at the jeans last night. Could be dried blood.
Well, you don't feel qualified to render an opinion as to whether or not what you were examining here was, in terms of those parallel line imprints, were blood?
Well, I think I've already not qualified myself as a serologist.
Okay.
I didn't do any tests on them, but it's reasonable that they were blood.
Okay. And now you just indicated the first time that you looked at the jeans with the purpose of examining the imprints was last night.
That's right.
And basically what you were doing was a comparison of these test impressions and photographs, correct?
Last night it was test
No,
impression.
prior to that. I'm
Prior
sorry.
to that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That's right. It was based on photographic comparisons.
And you'd already written a report stating your conclusions before you ever went to the laboratory and looked at the genes.
That's right.
Now, isn't it a fact, Agent Dietrich, that in these fabric analysis cases that you've done before, you cannot recall even one time before this case that you did an analysis of bloody imprints on fabric that were left by other fabric?
No. And as I stated to you, that I cannot recall a specific case where that situation existed.
So, and you were, didn't you tell me before, if I understood you correctly, that in the 100 fabric impression cases that you'd done before, that most of them were dust prints?
Most of them were.
Some of them you were indicated...
Excuse me, counsel, when there's an objection.
I thought it was overruled. No?
All right, next question.
So, told me that, and I think you repeated it on direct examination, that there were some instances where when you were investigating a burglary, you would take putty imprints of some kind to relate it to fabric?
Right. I've had impression exams plus imprint exams, both.
But this case, and Dr. Lee's testimony concerned imprints made in blood, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you cannot tell this jury that you have ever done such an imprint comparison before.
I can't, as I said, I can't recall a specific case where that's occurred.
Now, basically, would this be a fair statement that when the call came in to you and Agent Bodziak to examine Dr. Lee's report and the imprint evidence, that Agent Bodziak said that he told you that he did not feel qualified to examine the imprints on the genes?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, was there a discussion between you and Agent Bodziak as to respective qualifications to evaluate the imprint evidence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Was any decision made with respect to your qualifications and Agent Bodziak's qualifications to evaluate the imprint evidence?
Objection, hearsay, irrelevant.
Sustained.
At the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you have a number of different units.
Is that a question? Yes.
Hair and trace,
That's one.
that's your unit.
Right.
And there's tool marks, correct?
Firearms tool marks unit.
And there's a document section, but Agent Bodziak is within the document section.
Right, he's in the shoe print tire tread unit, I believe.
So there are various different areas, and different people have different expertise.
Right.
And you're saying that out of everybody at the FBI, you were the individual that has the most experience in evaluating bloody imprint evidence on fabric.
Objection, state the testimony, argumentative.
Rephrase the question.
Did you tell us on direct examination that you were the person people went to because you had the most experience in interpreting bloody imprint evidence on fabric?
No, I never said that.
All right. You did offer some testimony. Is there anybody else that has more qualifications than you at the FBI in this area?
With fabric imprint
Yeah.
comparisons? No.
So you're the most qualified, and you have not, to your recollection, ever done a bloody fabric imprint before.
No, I said I can't recall a specific case where I've done that.
Now, a decision had been made to do the comparisons by making this test impression before you were even called into this?
Objection, that conference, objection,
Isn't that what you just told
So
us?
the fact's not in evidence.
I thought,
Conversations with them about that.
but the purpose of the test impression was to make the comparison of the imprint evidence on the jeans, on the envelope, and the piece of paper.
objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was the purpose of the test impression to make comparisons of the imprint evidence on the envelope, the piece of paper, and the jeans?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. He's not the person who made the decision to do that. He wasn't there. That's
All
what he's
right.
testified to.
Well, when you were asked to do an analysis of the imprint, bloody imprint evidence, had the decision already been made, as far as you knew, as to what the mode of comparison should be?
Objection, public speculation.
Overruled.
I'm kind of missing something here on this question. Maybe if you could repeat it for me.
All right? Before you undertook to do the imprint, bloody imprint analysis, in this case, on the fabric, piece of paper, and the envelope, had the decision already been made that the way to go about doing this was to use this identicator kit to do a test impression?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. The way it's phrased.
Did you have any involvement in the decision to use the identicator kit?
No.
Okay. Now, would you not agree that the identicator kit is what is sometimes known as inkless fingerprint?
It is inkless, yes, and it is used for fingerprints.
And that's how it evolved initially.
I'm sure it did.
And this is a sort of a yellow, long yellow pad that is pressed onto the jeans, in this case, that were lying flat on a table.
Right. I generally do it the other way. I press the fabric into the pad, but you could do it either way.
Well, do you know how it was done here?
Well, I know the way I did it, but I don't know the way they did it.
Well, when you got up and testified here about people's
Is that 621?
621. You were working from imprints that were made at the LAPD,
That's right, yes.
made by somebody else.
Made by somebody else.
And did you endeavor to find out exactly how they made those imprints?
No, I didn't discuss that with anybody there.
Well, did you ever review any data to figure out how they made these imprints?
No?
Now, would you not agree that the media involved in taking impressions is important in terms of imprints?
Well, there are differences in media.
All right. And as we were discussing this before, you told me that when you were first approached to do this analysis of the bloody imprints, the thought crossed your mind that the most appropriate test and experiment to perform was to take blood and use that as the media to create imprints.
No, you misstate. That's not what I said. I didn't use the term most appropriate media.
Well,
I said it did cross my mind to use blood.
it crossed your mind that doing this imprint impression for which you were making comparisons, that it would be may be a good idea to use blood?
Well, I thought of using blood, but that's not the protocol that we have in the unit. I don't know necessarily if it would make a better representation or not.
Well, these are bloody imprints.
Well, that's
Are these
true.
bloody imprints?
We've agreed on that, yes.
Okay. And blood is thicker or more viscous, I think the term is, than the inkless chemicals that you're using to make your test impressions here.
Yes.
And blood coagulates quickly.
I'm not a serologist. I don't know what the rate of coagulation is.
But in terms of designing a scientific experiment to do comparisons, isn't it desirable to be using like media to make comparisons when dealing with imprints?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to nitpick this down to this level, if the results that you get are so definitive, then maybe you want to do that. But we're not talking about something that's that definitive. We're only talking about a little line that doesn't have a lot of characteristics.
Well, is your answer then you don't think it would have been desirable to create an experiment where the imprints were done with blood?
I don't know if it would be or not.
Well, basically, I think by your answer, you said the reason that you decided not to do the imprints in blood or perform experiments along those lines is that it wasn't part of your standard protocol in the laboratory.
Yeah, that's not the standard protocol that we have to take whole blood and do things like that.
So is this standard protocol written down someplace in your laboratory?
Well, it would be in the protocol manual.
In the protocol manual, do you address the analysis of bloody imprints anyplace?
I believe so. I think they do discuss that, but I can't recall.
Bloody imprints on fabric?
I don't recall that, but I know bloody type imprints are discussed.
Well, is there any place in your protocol where it says the standard procedure for doing a comparison of bloody imprints, particularly fabric on fabric, is to use this identicator kit?
No, I think the use of different materials like a denicator or ink or whatever, that kind of flexes a little bit.
Now, you've said that, to the best of your recollection, you've never done a bloody imprint comparison before. I think you told us that.
I think we've asked that question
No, it's just a foundational question.
5 times.
I don't recall a specific case where I've done that type of comparison, bloody imprint on fabric.
And yet, you say that you decided not to create imprints for purposes of comparison with blood because there was some kind of standard procedure as to how to do this.
No, I mean, it's just not. No, there's no in the protocol. I don't believe it indicates what kind of medium to use. We've been using identicator and we've been using ink pads over the years, but to take whole blood, it's not something that we routinely do.
Okay. Now, would you agree that blood on fabric can saturate the fabric?
Yes.
And that often when fabric is saturated and you make an imprint, that can, for lack of a better word, smush the ridges so you can't see the imprint.
Right. Too much fluid will ruin the imprint.
Right.
That's another word for obscure.
Obscure. Thank you. And on Mr. Goldman's jeans, you saw areas where it was saturated.
It appeared to be.
Now, another scientific fact, well, would you agree that another scientific fact about these imprints is that they're in blood, but also that the imprint on the envelope, the piece of paper, and the jeans, actually, are static. That is, they show evidence of little movement.
Well, it's difficult to say with the genes because I think I've already testified that it might be a swiping type or a moving type motion that may have caused that. But the papers, probably static. I would think the papers were sitting and then something landed on it.
So you would agree that in terms of the observations, that we could agree it's a scientific fact that the bloody imprints were made and impressed with relatively little movement.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I don't really know the dynamics, nor could I say with 100% certainty what the dynamics were of this, but it probably was laying down and something landed on that one area.
And you would think that would be the most reasonable interpretation of how the imprint got on the paper and how it got on the envelope.
Yeah, that's more logical than having the paper float down and land on something, and, I think it's more reasonable.
And is your reluctance to opine on this a little bit because you feel a bit insecure about making comments in the area of bloodstain interpretation?
I'm not reluctant to answer the question. I don't feel I'm necessarily lacking abilities in doing this type of comparison. I think blood comparisons on fabric as far as imprint can be done in a similar way to other types of materials.
But I guess what I was really asking you don't feel in any way uneasy about offering opinions about these bloody imprints because, as I think you've told us, you don't regard yourself as having expertise in the area of bloodstain or blood pattern interpretation.
No, it's just a transfer medium, that's all. It's a different one than what we use.
Now, but if I understand your opinion correctly, you're indicating that there was a bloody imprint made on the envelope and a bloody imprint made on the paper, correct?
Right.
And you say it is consistent with having come from a pair of blue jeans.
Could have.
So based on that interpretation, that some person wearing blue jeans would have to have come into direct contact with that paper and with that envelope separate occasions.
May have been the same contact, maybe just a different portion of the same bloody surface, whatever it may be. I mean, if you're talking about a leg, it could be that long, and I don't know the relationship of the paper with the envelope. So if they're in the same general area, piece of the bottom portion of the jeans may hit, if that's jeans, and a portion of the knee may hit, for instance. I don't know. It could be two separate incidences or one.
Well, you said you don't know the relationship between where the envelope was and where the paper was.
No, I don't recall that.
You haven't seen a photograph of Detective Furman pointing to the Rockingham glove with the envelope near his foot and the piece of paper out on the walkway?
Counsel, you're misstating the evidence.
All right. Well, have you seen a photograph of Detective Furman pointing at, I said Rockingham glove. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. Pointing at the Bundy glove. All right. Seen that picture?
I think I have, yes.
All right. And does that picture orient you as to where the envelope and the piece of paper were in relation to each other?
I just don't recall. I mean, I'd have to really see the pictures. Obviously, it's a pretty small area, so it had to be pretty close.
So when you said it's possible that the imprints that you are asserting could have come from a pair of blue jeans, if it were Mr. Goldman's blue jeans and it were one contact, then that would have meant that Mr. Goldman's body was configured in such a way that his jeans were hitting the envelope and hitting that piece of paper at the walkway at about the same time.
Well, if that's a single event, that's what we're saying, or it may have been two events.
All right. So in terms of your reconstruction, that could have been one event that wouldn't you expect that would have meant that he had fallen in the walkway?
I don't know. Maybe so.
If your interpretation...
If that's where the imprint was applied, if it was on the soil or somewhere else. I don't know where in relationship to the body that imprint pattern was deposited.
But it would be fair to rule out, in terms of your interpretation, that the imprint, for example, on the envelope of the piece of paper could have come about with the envelope of the piece of paper hitting jeans and then falling to the ground.
Objection, it's calls for speculation beyond the scope.
Oral.
I don't know. I think I've said that it seems reasonable that the papers were laying flat, and then contact occurred, causing the imprint pattern.
Yeah.
That seems to me logical, but there has to be some force, some resistance to that contact. So the paper, if it were not on the ground, would have had to have been against something so that that imprint occurred. It wouldn't be floating. It would have to be either held or on something else.
When you and I were talking before and we were operating on your premise that this could have come from Mr. Goldman's jeans, these two imprints, that didn't you indicate, or aren't you saying, that you felt it unlikely that either the piece of paper or the envelope could have gotten these imprints if they had just touched the jeans and fallen to the
Yeah, I
ground?
think I've already testified to that too. Yes.
Just wanted to be clear. And if it were, as you're indicating, and assuming that, just going along with, I guess, a presumption you've made that it could have been imprints caused by Mr. Goldman's jeans, and there were two contacts, then that would have to be two separate contacts of Mr. Goldman's jeans, one on the envelope and one on the piece of paper.
Or another pair of jeans. Right. Or maybe two different pairs of jeans.
Now, do you have any idea whose blood or any genetic typings are on the blood on the envelope?
No.
Objection, no foundation. So,
I'm just asking if he knows.
yeah, on the scope, no.
Oral. He said no.
And certainly, that piece of paper, to your knowledge, was never collected, right?
Objection beyond the scope, calls for speculation.
Oral.
My understanding, and I don't have the greatest understanding of all the events of this case, they don't have that piece of paper.
Right. I mean, certainly, if that piece of paper were available, at some point you'd want to look at it for purposes of coming in and testifying about comparisons.
Oral.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see the actual evidence, yes.
Although you rendered your opinion with respect to the imprints on the blue jeans just from photos.
I did. Yeah.
Oral.
Yeah, I did that with just the photographs, right.
Now, you indicated that you thought that Dr. Lee's board with the jeans was misleading. Is that right?
Well, I said that, two things I said. I said that the direction of the arrows as to where these photographs were taken were not correct. I don't think that necessarily represents misleading anybody, but the magnifications do appear to be a little bit different.
All right, Mr. Shag, is this 1339?
Yes, and and my apologies to the viewers in the back, but I'm just going to do a quick general one.
I just want to make sure that's 1339.
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
Now, just if I understand your testimony correctly, you would agree that imprint 1 and imprint 2 are, when you examine them, of about the same magnification.
Right, they appear to be, yes.
And your criticism here is that imprint 3 is of a different magnification.
Well, I wouldn't call it a criticism. It's just an observation that it appears to be a little less magnified.
Well, were you trying to convey the impression to the jury that somehow by breaking out these larger magnifications of the genes that Dr. Lee, in creating this board, was in some fashion trying to mislead?
No, what I was saying here was that these photographs do not appear to be the same magnification. So if you're going to do a comparison between the two, it wouldn't be as accurate as if they were the same magnification.
But the facts, just so we agree, these two, to the best of your knowledge, when you measure, you can just measure the...
They look the same.
They look the same. This one seems a little different. That's what you're saying?
A little smaller.
Incidentally, just on this issue, I think you were saying that the way one magnifies lines, these impressions, can affect the way that one views the comparisons.
Yes.
And I think, as you conceded, you didn't label the bottom ones here either.
I didn't. That's right.
And with respect to Dr. Lee's testimony, do you know if Dr. Lee ever told this jury that all three of these pictures were exactly the same magnification?
I don't know that, no.
All right, Mr. Scheck, you're referring to 621 now, is that correct?
Yeah, I just briefly was thanking her.
All right.
Now, ordinarily, when magnifications are done, isn't it the standard forensic practice, if one's trying to do precise enlargements to scale, is to put a ruler in the picture?
Well, you could do that, yes.
And the reason that one puts a ruler in the picture is then, if somebody actually wants to go and do a precise comparison, you can take a look at the ruler, make a measurement, take a look at the lines, make a measurement, and do precise comparisons.
Right. Well, yeah, I had rulers in these, but the pictures were pretty big. So in order to cut them down for the chart so I could ship them, I cut the rulers off. So there might be some portions of the rulers underneath the border. Okay.
Now, were the rulers in these Polaroids that
No,
you did?
I didn't put those in the Polaroids, but they were in the other 4 shots.
So just to be clear, the two bottom pictures are Polaroids.
Those were enlargements of Polaroids.
Right.
Yes.
And there were no rulers there.
I didn't, no.
And basically, I think you indicated to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you just basically had these taken and then you sent them in the lab and you said, make them 8x10s.
Yeah, I took them at about 4 times magnification. I asked that they be enlarged 8x10 so you could see them better. And it comes out to be about 8 times or so.
Now, I believe would you agree that with respect to an imprint made in blood, that if a shoe had in a certain portion of the sole blood on it, but not the entire sole, and a portion of it hit the side of an envelope, it could make an imprint such as is depicted on the envelope here?
Oh,
Well, it could if the pattern on the base of that shoe exhibited or left a pattern just like Levi jeans. And it would look like that.
Well, you say a pattern like Levi jeans. If the pattern on the sole of a shoe had parallel line imprints that were consistent with what you see on the envelope, then in terms of the imprint you see, this would be consistent with a portion of the shoe touching the envelope.
Right. I mean, I couldn't tell the difference if all the other things were the same.
Mr.
And-
Scheck, could you step around to the other side of the exhibit, please? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Oh.
It's 3:30 for sure.
I'm sorry?
3:30?
No, 4 o'clock.
Now, this is the chart you created with respect to the imprints on the genes, is that correct?
That's right.
All right, is this 619?
Believe it is. Now, you said that you created photographs on the right side of this exhibit that were about 1-to-1.
Well, they were created in the photo lab, yes, from the negative.
And you and I discussed earlier this morning if you could get down for just 1 second.
Sure.
On the top, the photograph on the upper right-hand corner of this chart, the second photograph down, there is a circle, is that correct?
There's a circle, there's a circle beneath the circle, yes.
All right. And that is a pattern that has a contour of about, what would you say, 3 inches?
It's pretty close, yes.
And also, you can see within it parallel line imprints.
Looks to be, yes.
And would you not agree that that could be consistent with the heel of a shoe?
You're getting into Mr. Boziak's area. I can only speak as a layperson.
And when you and I were discussing this before, what did you tell me?
This may be the edge of a shoe.
And the best you could do in assuming that these parallel line imprints came from Mr. Goldman's shirt was raise the possibility that that represented his elbow?
I suggested that, yes. It might be, but I don't know.
Now, a swipe Now, did I put this up on the Elmo, Your Honor? It's Defense 1340.
1340.
I think you were there.
Yep. Oral. Yes, I know what it is.
Your Honor, sorry. I have a feeling that this isn't going to be the best media. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Now, can you see the monitor there?
Yes.
All right. Now, was part of the testimony of Dr. Lee that you watched the demonstration that he performed with respect to blood patterns?
I missed a lot of that.
Okay. Now, in terms of, you said you had some training or familiarity with blood pattern analysis.
No, I said I have some experience with serology and serology testing procedures, but blood pattern analysis has been was left up to one other examiner primarily in the laboratory. I didn't do much of that.
Okay. Well, to your knowledge, do you know that in terms of blood pattern analysis, when experts in that field refer to swipes, they're referring to something on the order of that pattern?
Objection, it should be on the scope of his expertise, foundation.
Sustained.
Well, when you use the word swipe in your direct examination, you are indicating that it caused Mr. Goldman's shirt could have swiped the jeans in a certain area and caused an imprint. Didn't you say that?
Well, I used the word swipe, yes. It could have been moving in a direction, one direction.
Could you show the jury where on this diagram you're referring to the place where the imprints were made that were a swipe?
You got the exhibit taken down in view of the witness's answer.
Oh, well,
No relevance.
that's true.
What?
He's not a blood pattern person, but you can have him describe the portion on this exhibit.
I'm only going to go into now what he said. I think we've
I understand.
established
I know.
what he doesn't know.
All right, take it down.
Oh, take the spat down. Oh. What area did you say what imprint was created by a swipe on this exhibit?
I indicated it may be some type of swiping motion in the direction of the ribs. There's one direction going this way, one going this way, another down here in this area. So essentially it looks to be slightly maybe 3 different motions. And if you're assuming here that this is the shirt could have brushed back and forth perhaps a couple different directions.
And where is that on the is that here on the pants?
Yes, it starts essentially near where this blob is, down, starts at about 11
Can you
o'clock.
see that? All right, Mr.
Sorry.
Deere, could you stand up?
Sorry.
that.
Start this blob area here, which is this area here. It's pretty small.
Now, Agent Diedrich, looking at you're referring to the circle now, let's be straight for the record. On the picture of the blue jeans on this diagram, the upper circle is the area that you've blown up on the upper right-hand photograph.
Right, would have been, I think it's generally both. It may incorporate, I guess it is, right, it is the top circle primarily.
It's the top circle primarily.
That's right.
And the section that you've drawn the second circle around in the upper right-hand photograph, right? That's just below the circle.
Right, it's just below this top circle, that's correct, on the jeans.
And as you said before, I don't mean to be nitpicky, but maybe is this a small error in terms of breaking out?
You got me on that,
All
Mr.
right,
Scheck.
no big deal. I agree. But let's talk about the upper right-hand photograph in the top circle. I think you've indicated that you see a different set of imprints going in different directions against the grain.
Yes, it does appear that way.
Now, I realize that you were using the term swipe without any particular reference to an expertise in blood pattern analysis, right?
Right, that's right.
But the substance of what you were saying is that you were suggesting that those imprint patterns could have been made, and I think your motion was, by a movement of the arm or the sleeve against the side of the jeans.
It may have been, yes.
Now, do you have any scientific basis as a blood pattern analyst to tell us what kind of imprint would be left by the shirt coming into contact with the jeans with movement?
No.
Are you familiar with Dr. Lee's testimony that the imprints in this area of the jean represented multiple imprints on top of each other, that was his interpretation?
I don't recall his testimony.
And do you recall his testimony that the reason he reached that conclusion is he had those distinct imprint lines that were consistent with a flat surface covered by blood hitting the side of the jeans?
Objection irrelevant, you're saying?
That's just a suggestion, an idea that I came up with here, that it could have been a brushing type movement.
You were kind of improvising.
I was just saying, offering that as a possibility.
Would it be fair to say, Agent Dietrich, from what you know of Dr. Lee, that his experience and expertise in the area of bloodstain interpretation and the interpretation of bloody imprints is vastly superior to yours?
I can't even answer that question.
You can't, well, let's establish it. You've conceded that you have next to no expertise in this area.
Objection vague, what area?
The area of bloodstain interpretation. You don't hold yourself out as an expert in that at all, do you?
I'm not planning to be one.
I understand. Now, by reputation, are you aware of what is Dr. Lee's reputation in this area, if you know?
I think he has a background in blood serology type testing.
You don't have any knowledge of him having written any texts or given any lectures, even at the FBI, on bloodstain pattern interpretation?
I've never attended any. I know I read his book.
I'm sorry?
I read the book that he wrote.
On serology.
It was a book by DeForest, I believe Gensman also participated in that.
Introduction to Forensics.
I guess that sounds like it.
Had a chapter on bloodstain, blood pattern interpretation.
I can't recall all the chapters.
Well, does it bother you even a little bit, Agent Diedrich, that you've been brought in here to this courtroom at the end of the trial to render an opinion about well, you're testifying here about a bloody imprint, and you readily concede that you have no expertise or training in blood stain pattern interpretation.
Objection irrelevant, argumentative. It's not what he testified.
Stay.
Now, you're saying that you believe that the imprints on the jeans could have been caused by the impact of Mr. Goldman's sleever against the jeans.
Could have been, yes.
Or actually, I should say, I misstated that, or the swiping against the side of the jeans.
I said swiping, yes, as a possibility.
Now, did you see any two-way transfer here? That is, an imprint on Mr. Goldman's shirt that reflected the pattern of the jeans?
No, I didn't even look for one.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just taking some time. It's been a long day. Now, one point I forgot. Agent Dietrich, when you were suggesting before that you thought it might be possible that there was, withdrawn. If I could summarize then what you said in your report, in your opinion, you say that the imprint on the envelope and the imprint on the piece of paper are quote-unquote like the test impressions done in inkless fingerprint chemicals, for lack of a better term, that you made.
Yes.
Oh,
That was your report. In your report, you used the word like.
Right. It doesn't. It's all those words aren't in the report, but it means that essentially.
Well, in your report, don't you use the word like?
Yeah, I do, but I didn't say the inkless stuff.
Right, but when
I
you were-
didn't include that.
When you're referring to it, you're referring to these test impressions that you made, right?
Right.
And just to be clear, there were, for example, from the gene, 7 test impressions made
At least, yes.
by the LAPD.
Right.
2 on August 21st.
Right.
5 on August 31st.
I believe there were different dates for those. Yes.
Then you came back here yesterday,
Right.
and then you went to the genes,
Right.
and you did your own imprints.
That's right.
And you looked at the genes for the first time for purposes of imprint examination.
That's right.
And you'd already written your report.
That's right.
And did you see any purpose in doing that other than being able to come in here and tell the jury that you'd actually done it yourself?
Oh, I wanted to see, just to take a look at them to see that in fact there were yellow markings on the legs, that I wanted to see the imprint patterns personally that I indicated were like the shirt, other than just to show that the imprint patterns that I made are just like the imprint patterns that they made. That's basically it.
Mm-hmm. Now, you are not saying that you can positively identify these patterns as being from Ron Goldman's genes?
That's right. I can't.
And you're not even saying that it couldn't have come from genes worn by another person.
I'm not saying that. Yes.
And you're not even saying that it could be genes, that it is necessarily an imprint made from genes.
That's right.
Now, at the end of your testimony from Ms. Clark, you said that the bottom line, or the conclusion you drew from your analysis of all these imprints, is that all you could say is that Ron Goldman was at the crime scene.
Well, based on they could have associations, that's one interpretation, yes.
Well, didn't you say at the end of your testimony that the bottom line is you can tell us, your conclusion is Ron Goldman was at the crime scene?
Right. What I was saying is
That's what you
essentially
said.
Essentially that. That's right.
That's what you said. But when you say at the end with that conclusion that you've now reached the judgment that it was Ron Goldman at the crime scene, aren't you indicating by that answer that you have conclusively demonstrated that those imprints on the envelope and the piece of paper came from Ron Goldman's genes and no
Yeah,
other genes?
well, in a way,
and no other objects?
Right. In a way, you're correct. That's right.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
Mr. Diedrich, you formed your opinions concerning the source of the impressions on the envelope and the paper initially based on the test impressions done at LAPD, correct?
That's right.
You then did your own test impressions more recently on the genes, correct?
Right.
Did you then compare the test impressions you made off the genes to the imprints on the envelope and the paper?
No, I don't believe I had those. I didn't have those photographs for that. Basically, it was comparing the imprint patterns to see if the design was the same, to see if the spacing was the same. And I didn't have any reason to doubt that it would be.
And why is that?
Well, I guess I trusted them to do what they said they were doing, and it looked like they did that.
Did your test impressions look like the test impressions earlier done by LAPD?
Yes.
Did you see any distinctions that caused you to change your opinion as to the conclusion that the pattern on, or the imprint on the envelope and the paper was consistent with Ron Goldman's genes?
I had no reason to exclude based upon the second one, and they were all the same. No reason to believe my impressions or my imprint patterns would be any different in a comparison side by side than the first set.
Okay, so the LAPD test impressions that were done and your test impressions that you did yourself were the same?
It's from the same pair of genes, right?
And doing your own test impressions, did that cause you to change any of your opinions previously formed about the genes having been consistent with the source of the imprint on the envelope and the paper?
No.
Now, sir, is there a difference between blood spatter pattern analysis and the interpretation of a bloody imprint?
Objection. No basis for the witness to answer the question.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think you're talking about a imprint pattern analysis. That if it's on fabric, it would fall into my area, no matter what the medium was that was on that fabric. But blood spatter's different. It's a different topic altogether.
And how is it different, sir?
Well, it deals with the movement, the projecting of blood, and then what happens to it after it strikes.
Now, did you hear Dr. Lee state at any time any qualifications he had to compare and identify bloody fabric impressions?
I don't recall.
Did not hear Dr. Lee's complete testimony. Improper question.
Yeah.
Actual statement. He said no. Next question.
And are you aware that Dr. Lee gave no indication that he had any qualifications?
Sustains argument.
Do you think that, sir, the fact that you cannot recall a specific case in which you compared or identified bloody imprints on fabric, does that inhibit your ability to determine the source of the imprints found in blood in this case?
No, but no. I mean, there's a lot of cases I don't remember.
The fact that you cannot recall a specific case, does that indicate in any way that you have never compared or attempted to identify a bloody imprint on fabric in your past experience?
No, I mean, I've had blood imprints on sheets. I mentioned that, but I can't recall a specific case. Many of those have been shoe prints.
And when you have determined that you see an imprint that you think is a shoe print, what do you do with it?
Give it to Mr. Bill Bodziak.
You indicated a I think you indicated an observation, sir. I'm showing you people 619. You indicated an observation of an area on the jeans that you thought might be caused by Ron Goldman's bloody elbow.
Right, yes, I believe it's a second circle. Well, it would have been the, right. This,
The upper circle?
just below that top circle. It would have been the second circle on the black and white photographs on the right.
The upper circle?
No, the second one.
Okay. And is that the curved line you see here?
No, I think it's in a little further.
Can you point that out? And for the record, the witness has pointed to a curved line that appears more towards the right of the circle as you face the photograph.
Right. Yes, that's correct.
You were asked a question earlier about whether that might be a shoe print, correct?
I was asked that question, yes.
Is that your field of expertise, sir?
No, I've already stated I'm not an expert in shoe prints.
Now, you indicated that you earlier looked at these items of clothing, the shirt and the jeans. earlier in the case, correct?
I did,
And for what purpose?
mainly just to take a look at them after some drying time. And also I wanted to take a look at them to see composition, appearance, type of fabric. And there was some damage. I was interested in determining possibly some damage to the fabrics.
What damage was that?
Well, to see if there was any way that I might be able to make a statement about the type of weapon that may have been used.
Objection outside the scope of cross-examination.
Oral.
Did you?
Well, it looked to be a single-edged knife, about 3/4 inch
Did you make any
or
observations?
more. I mean, at least one cut that I saw, very sharp.
And did you make any such observations with respect to the shirt?
That was on the shirt and on the jeans, both.
Single-edged weapon as to both?
Well, the ones that were clear, some were gaping type cuts, but the ones that were clear, at about 3/4 inch, it appeared that was the size of the weapon, and it was a single-edged.
All right, counsel, we're actually going afield of the cross-examination. We did discuss the other purpose for which Mr. Diedrich looked at the Levi's.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. So that was the other purpose that you looked at it for earlier in the case, correct, sir?
Right, a couple of things. One, to see it after it's dried a little bit, see if there's any more particulate that I could remove, and for damage.
At that time, did you make any observations concerning any imprints of significance?
No, I didn't look at it for that reason.
Now that you have, I take it you have now.
I have, yes.
First of all, now that you've looked at the jeans and the shirt for imprints of some significance to the solution of the case, did you find any imprints that you found were of significance to the identification of the murderer or the manner in which the crime occurred?
No.
And in saying that the conclusions you formed placed Ron Goldman at the crime scene, were you attempting to convey that you found no significance in the imprints you had identified?
Well, they didn't seem to me that significant.
You also I think you indicated that you did not do any test impressions in blood on cross-examination, correct?
That's right.
Do you feel that your failure to have done that in any way has a negative impact on the validity of your opinions?
I don't think it has that. Again, I haven't done test imprints in blood. I've done them in a more viscous material that's ink with ink pads. But I don't think it detracts from the conclusion at all, just because I didn't use blood.
Why not?
Well, we're looking at test imprints, just an imprint pattern of a medium that's on the surface of a fabric. And with blood, I don't think it matters. But again, I haven't done that, so perhaps that's another story.
Something that you might do later?
Well, maybe somebody who's interested in that, perhaps.
In any case, sir, the conclusions that you drew in this case after comparison with test impressions, do you feel confident in those conclusions of consistency with jeans and shirt?
The answer is improper form.
Oral.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
And the fact that you used initially photographs of the jeans and shirt to make your comparisons, does that in any way undermine the validity of your opinions concerning the consistency of the jeans with the imprint on the envelope and paper and the consistency of the shirt with the imprint on the jeans?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, with some of those patterns, they're pretty small, and you have to enlarge them, and the best way to do that is through photography. So it actually helps you.
All right, final question, sir. With respect to the imprint on the envelope and the paper, can you tell us whether, and that was, you concluded that that was consistent with Ron Goldman's genes, correct?
Right.
Were those imprints on the paper and the envelope consistent with Ron Goldman having fallen and writhing on the ground on top of that paper and envelope at some point during the murder?
There's nothing in my questions about writhing.
Over.
I mean, that's possible.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Schick? How much do you have?
Well, actually, I believe that some questions and answered opened up something else that we have to discuss.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our recess at this time. Remember, all my admonitions to you will be in recess for about 15.
I was informed they have some more questions.
I'm sorry?
I was informed they have some more questions.
Well, if Ms. Clark's not here, I think that's kind of the end of it, isn't it?
Anything to end.
When this start can get, because I had a call back. I need to. About Saturday.
Okay. Well, Mr. Darden can handle that, I'm sure.
Chris? Yeah.
Mr. Darden? On the record, in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. Jury is not present. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. We've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Diedrich, would you resume the witness stand, please? And good afternoon again, Mr. Diedrich. Ms. Clark, you had a couple more questions.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Very briefly. Mr. Diedrich, you were asked a little bit on cross-examination about whether an imprint could have been a shoe print on the jeans. You recall that question?
I do, yes.
I take it by some of your answers that you have seen shoe prints before.
I have plenty.
In your experience, sir, is there a difference based on what you've seen in the past between the nature of a fabric impression and a shoe print impression?
Well, fabric impressions are often a little more hazy. Because it's soft, it doesn't leave a very sharp line, sharp indication, like a hard surface would.
Such as a shoe?
Shoe, imprint outline of any hard item, but shoes in particular.
Now, is the science, you talked a little bit about various kinds of imprint analysis. You talked about firearms identification, striations on a bullet, and fingerprints. Is the science of imprint analysis an old science, sir?
Well, it's been around as long as fingerprinting. That's been a while.
And when you find, for example, a bloody fingerprint at a crime scene, you have a suspect. Do you require the suspect to make his fingerprint in blood before you compare those fingerprints?
No, they're made in ink. They're inked prints.
So even when you have a bloody fingerprint, you compare that fingerprint in blood to an inked print taken from the suspect.
Right, that's standard practice.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Scheck?
Ms. Clark asked you on redirect examination whether it in any way undermined your opinions that you lacked background in blood spatter analysis. You recall that?
Yeah, I don't have any expertise in blood spatter analysis.
But she asked you whether that lack of expertise in any way undermined, in your opinion, the validity of any of your conclusions. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I don't believe it has an impact on the imprint pattern comparisons.
Mm-hmm. The bloody imprint pattern comparison.
Right.
And you said that blood spatter analysis, as you understood it, concerned the movement, projection of blood, and what happens to it when it strikes surfaces.
Well, that's my limited understanding of it.
And based even on your limited understanding of it, do you think that might have something to do with an analysis of bloody imprints?
I don't see it in the same vein.
Well, I'm having a little trouble with this. Agent Diedrich, if you don't know something, how do you know that it's irrelevant?
It's argumentative, counsel.
Well, without knowledge of this field, how can you state with such assurance to the jury that it has no relevance to an analysis of bloody imprints?
Well, I really can't comment on that.
Right. And Agent Diedrich, just take that explanation you gave about swipe. You recall that?
Yes.
Upon reflection, do you think that an understanding of blood pattern analysis might be of some usefulness in interpreting the multiple imprint impressions in the area of the genes that you are telling us was caused by a swipe?
Well, it said it may have. That was a possible explanation for it.
Well, I think blood spatter analysis might have some relevance to that point.
Well, it'd be nice to know a little bit about everything, or maybe a lot about everything, but I don't know everything.
Well, before you hold yourself out as an expert on bloody imprints at the conclusion of this trial, you think it might be important even to consult somebody who had expertise about that?
Sustain.
Now, you said that you had looked at the shirt and the jeans at some point on redirect examination. Recall that?
I do.
And you observed imprints at that time.
No, I don't recall seeing imprints at that time.
Didn't you say on redirect examination that you saw imprints when you observed the jeans?
No, I didn't. I didn't look at the clothing items at that time early on for that purpose, nor did I notice any.
Did you ever inspect the clothing items? Well, when was this first time you inspected the jeans or the shirt?
I'm thinking August of '94.
And was there a subsequent time you examined the jeans?
Well, I looked at them for the second time last night.
Okay. So in August of '94, you looked up and down the jeans and you were looking for damage?
Well, I did examine the jeans and the shirt for possible damage.
And was it that time that you made the observations that you told us about on redirect examination with respect to knives?
Right. It was basically an observation of both the jeans and the shirt.
So that's August of 1991 that you made this inspection? 94?
94.
94,
Right.
right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, when you were conducting that inspection in August of '94, did you observe the imprint with the circular ridge and the parallel lines that you've identified in People's 619 as an imprint that you thought, based on your observations, could be consistent with the imprint of a heel?
No, I didn't make any observations regarding imprint patterns or whatever type at that point.
All right, that's 619 upper photograph, lower circle.
If you had noticed that, would you have immediately notified Agent Bodziak or someone else to go examine that because could be an imprint pattern consistent with a shoe?
I don't know quite how to answer that. I assumed at one point it would be coming in, but then it may not have. I just didn't make that observation.
Well, you said you didn't see anything, I think, on redirect examination of significance.
From an imprint pattern standpoint, I didn't look for anything regarding that.
Would you agree that sometimes the significance of imprint patterns or any other observations are affected by the point of view one has towards the examination of the evidence?
Perhaps.
Now, you said, I guess it's, well, we've now established that it was on your August 31st, or August, is it August 31st, 1994, that you looked at the shirt?
It was in August, I remember. I can't recall the exact date.
August of 1994, you examined the shirt for damage.
That's right.
And that's, Ms. Clark asked you on redirect examination about your observations with respect to damage caused perhaps by knives.
Right, I did observe some cutting marks.
And before she asked you that question, the two of you hadn't discussed it at all.
No.
Just a question she happened to ask you out of the blue at the end of this trial about damage to the shirt.
Yes, that's right.
No discussion between the two of you whatsoever about what answer you might give.
No.
Is that typical in your experience?
Excuse me, counsel, I did cut off the redirect examination
Well-
as to this issue.
I understand, but substantive things were said, and I'd like to just explore them briefly, Your Honor, because the
Briefly.
jury heard them.
Briefly.
Now, you told this jury that you saw damage to the back of Mr. Goldman's shirt, correct?
That's right.
And that you now recall that you saw one area where there was a 3/4 of an inch, what would you call it, incision or entry?
Looked like a stab cut.
Stab cut. and that you had concluded it was from a sharp instrument
Yes.
and a single-edged knife.
Yes.
And you made such observations and conclusions in August of 1994.
That was an observation I made then, yes.
Did you write it down?
No.
Did you make a report about it?
No.
Did you take a photograph of it?
No.
When you inspected the shirt last night, the gaping area was not in the same condition as when you observed it.
Well, it looked to be a little bit different, and probably because of handling.
Is the reason that you did not bother writing down, documenting, taking a photograph of this damage you saw with respect to an entry that you said comes from a single-edged knife, is you thought somebody else will do it, not my department?
Well, it was not a requested examination. I didn't have a weapon to compare it to.
And didn't you tell me before you thought somebody else would deal with it?
I don't recall saying that, but
Is that
I wasn't involved with examining the items of evidence except for looking for hair and fiber.
But didn't you just say that you were looking at the shirt for damage?
Right, I did. That's because I was in the lab, but the main purpose was to look at the shirt, to see it, just to be familiar with the structure of it, the composition of it, the texture of it, transferability of it, and also damage as part of it. But also the items will dry. Early processing of items for hair and fiber evidence often will not recover as much as secondary processing.
But I thought you said, so one of the purposes of observing the shirt in August of 1994 was damage.
That was part of it, right.
And damage would include something that could be consistent with a knife wound.
It was, at the time, like scientific curiosity, just to see what type of damage was present in the shirt.
Never told anybody about it?
No.
And as you sit here today, you can actually remember, without any notes, that it was a 3/4 of an inch incision in its widest part.
Right, that would have been the maximum blade width, 3/4 inch.
You measure it
Sure.
and didn't write it down.
No.
Just remember it now.
Oh, I remembered it all along.
And just shared it with everybody right now today.
Sustain.
On redirect examination, you were asked about, you were talking about the number of cases where you did fabric comparisons. You recall that? Ms. Clark was asking you about that?
I've talked about fabric, but I don't know what type of comparison you're asking about.
Well, on cross-examination, I had asked you, I thought we had established, we'd agreed, that to the best of your knowledge, you had never done a case involving bloody imprints on fabric to fabric.
Objection, this states the testimony.
Sustain. Rephrase
Well-
the question.
On redirect examination, are you now saying that you might have done such a case, but you forgot it?
Objection, this argument.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Did you just say on redirect examination that you could have done such a bloody imprint case, but you simply don't remember?
No, I said that I couldn't recall a specific case. Now, I've worked a lot of cases involving imprint patterns, especially on sheets, on homicide victims, people standing over the body. You'll see a lot of those imprint patterns, but I can't recall what case it was.
Well, I asked you a very specific question about bloody imprints made by one fabric to another. Now, are you saying now that you might have done such a case, but you just can't remember it?
Objection, that this states the testimony of the argument.
Argument. Rephrase the question.
Are you saying that you could have done such an analysis, but you have forgotten it?
Well, as I said, I don't remember all my cases, and I do recall getting cases similar to that over the years, but there's an awful lot of cases that we get in.
But the group of imprint cases that you say you worked on are primarily dust imprint. You said about 100?
About 100 cases, that's right.
All right, counsel, this is really getting redundant.
Well,
It's redundant.
Okay. But you can remember that 1/4 of an inch entry of the knife in August that you never wrote down and never took a picture of, right?
You're misstating, that's misstating
Yes.
the,
3/4 of an inch. That one you got.
I got that right, yeah.
Okay.
I still remember it.
thank you. All right, Mr. Dietrich, thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
All right, you're excused. Next witness.
People comments for Bill Boziak.
You may. Actually, Madam Reporter, what's your time availability this afternoon? Perfect, thank you. All right, Ms. Clark, People's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Bill Boziak.
Please, you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the testimony before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat on the witness stand and state before your first and last name for the record.
William J. Bodziak, B-O-D-Z-I-A-K.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Boziak.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you've previously testified as a qualified expert in shoe print analysis, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your specialty, sir?
Yes, it is.
Have you written a book about that subject?
Yes, I have.
Now, as a shoe print examiner, sir, is it one of your duties to be able to distinguish between impressions that are from shoes versus impressions that are not from shoes?
Yes, it is.
When you train other footprint examiners, do you, sir?
Yes, I do.
And when you, in the course of that training, do you test them in any way to cause them to make the distinction between what is a shoe print and what is not a shoe print?
There is one, occasionally in a class, I will give a pre-prepared test along with other comparison test type materials, where I have two impressions of shoes, which are obviously shoe impressions. They're the entire full shoe print and are recognizable as such. And I'll make a third impression with something that is not a shoe, such as maybe the rung of a ladder with some ribbed patterns or some other material. And I will give them questions that don't tell them it's shoe prints, but kind of infer that it is, and just to see what their answers are. And a lot of them mistakenly assume it's a shoe impression.
Now, has it ever happened to you, sir, that an impression has been shown to you in which you cannot say for sure that it is a shoe impression or not?
All of the time, yes.
In that situation, sir, what opinion, if any, do you render?
If I am questioned specifically about a particular mark or pattern or imprint or impression or whatever that person calls it on an item, and I cannot determine that it is or isn't a shoe impression because it's so small or partial or faint, I will say it is of too limited a value to make a positive determination.
And why is... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, if it's obviously something that has enough detail where I can say positively what it is, then depending if it's a shoe impression or not, I will proceed in the appropriate fashion.
And why is that?
Why?
Why do you not make a determination regarding the possibilities of whether something is a shoe print when you're not sure?
Okay, because impressions of all objects, whether they're fingerprints, ears, noses, shoes, fabric, rungs of a ladder, no matter what they are, there are impressions of varying quality and varying density. And so if you have an impression that you can hardly see, that's very partial, it's very faint, where you can't see reliable detail, then more than likely you're not going to be able to make a valid comparison of it. You might be guessing to try to presume what it is, and it just does not contain enough detail for a sufficient comparison or a meaningful comparison. And it would be best not to go beyond what information that you can see in that impression. On the other spectrum, you may have a very, very clear impression, and all of the detail is very crisp and clear, and you can make a very valid comparison.
Then when there is insufficient detail to characterize an imprint as a shoe print, in your opinion, sir, is it scientifically inappropriate to say it could be consistent with a shoe print or might be a shoe print?
If I were asked to make a comparison of an imprint, I would either be asked to compare it with a shoe, in which case I may be able to make a comparison if there's enough detail. If there were no shoe, it was just an imprint by itself, then I would render what opinion I could, but I would only render it based on what I could see with absolute certainty. If it was too faint, I wouldn't render an opinion because it could be misleading.
Now, you previously testified that you did an analysis on an envelope,
That's correct.
and that envelope was found at the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And you saw photographs of that envelope as it was found at the crime scene?
I saw photographs and the envelope itself.
Now, after your testimony, sir, in this case, did you see more photographs, one of which was of a paper found at the crime scene at Bundy?
Yes, I did.
Now, after Dr. Lee's testimony, did you go back and look more closely at the photograph of that paper found at the crime scene for the first time?
Yes, I did.
Without telling us what your opinion is, sir, did you form an opinion whether the impressions on the envelope and paper found at the crime scene were created by footwear?
Yes, I did.
And did we prepare a graphic display to demonstrate the basis for that opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
Six. Mrs. Robertson. Is this new?
Yes,
622.
thank you.
Mr. Farrell, I'm sorry, Mr. Farrell, can I see that real briefly? Thank you. Ms. Clark,
622, Your Honor?
622.
Thank you. All right, sir. Maybe you need to step down to demonstrate to the jury what you're going to testify, what you're going to tell them. Why don't we start, well, where would you like to start, sir, the paper or the envelope?
On your side is fine.
All right, and on my side, for the record, Your Honor, as you face this board, there are two photographs to the left that are the envelope, and on the right is one photograph of a piece of paper.
Yes.
Sir, if you would indicate to us, does this appear to be the envelope found at the crime scene at Bundy, which you examined?
Yes, it is.
And could you point to the area, you recall Dr. Lee's testimony concerning this item, do you not, sir?
I saw portions of his testimony, not the complete testimony.
Okay. Do you recall the portion of his testimony where he indicated that parallel lines in the upper right-hand corner of this envelope that I'm designating here with my finger were consistent with a shoe print?
I recall him not stating it was a shoe print, but that he couldn't eliminate the possibility that it could be.
Now, can you tell us, sir, what you see in those imprints that caused you to form an opinion concerning what might have been the source of those imprints?
Sure. On the left side of this exhibit, at the top is a picture of the envelope which contained the glasses. And this picture is as the envelope was observed at the scene. And below it is a picture of the envelope which is enlarged to a natural size, a natural true size. This was taken by me in the LAPD laboratory, and these are orientated in the same fashion so that on the right top corner of the envelope is a very small impression, and looking at the natural size, if I put my thumb next to it, is actually about half the size of my thumb impression. It is that small. Within that impression are several parallel lines which have sort of a zigzag to them. In other words, the lines themselves don't zigzag, but it's like if you drew a straight line and there were little motions going left and right as you go down that line.
And when you say half the size of your thumb imprint, can you estimate for the jury, sir, how big that is in terms of inches or something?
The area here is perhaps a ½ inch by, well, maybe a 3/4 inch square area. About 3/4 of an inch in each direction.
All right.
Would encompass this impression.
Thank you, sir. One moment. I'm going to ask to put this picture on the Elmo so that the jury can see it better. I think it's difficult to see on the board.
Is that the same photo? I don't believe that. Never mind.
All right. Can you see the area that you've been discussing with us in this photograph, sir? In
Yes,
the on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And can you describe for the jury the location of those parallel lines you're talking about?
Yes, it's at the top right of the envelope. I'll wait till it gets back in focus so we can see it.
There we go.
Okay, I think it's still a little out of focus. Okay, that's still not in focus. It's very. Let me bring it into focus.
Can you focus a little better? No, that's as good as it gets on the Elmo.
Okay, well, just in the area of the arrow, the arrow is pointing to, there are several very close lines. You can't really see the detail I would like to show in this particular picture, but those lines in general are parallel, and there's about 6 to 8 of them, and they encompass an area about 3/4 of an inch long by 3/4 of an inch wide, which is less than the surface of most fingerprints, thumbprints. And within each line, even though each line runs in a straight line, there's some interruption in the line, a different pattern within that line itself. And you can't see that in this particular enlargement, but if you were to view this particular picture, you could see that very clearly. Or better yet, we could use the enlargement from Mr. Lee's chart perhaps, which was enlarged tremendously. And I think that might be the best way to see it.
All right, why don't I get that, sir? We'll have defense exhibit number 1338B, Ron. And I'm going to put it up on the easel.
All right, 1338B.
See the area circled on this exhibit?
Yes, I do. Now, this exhibit is an extremely enlarged area. It's enlarged so much, it's also starting to get out of focus, which is what happens when you take a picture of an object and then try to really make it big. But this area that's circled represents this thumbprint size area of the envelope at the top right corner.
Referring to people 622.
And you can see there's a number of parallel lines, but those lines aren't straight, narrow lines. They have little misdirections in them, which are characteristic of that line. In other words, they all have that same characteristic. It's not just an accident. It's reflective to some degree of the item which caused that to come in, which came into contact with that envelope.
Now, is there something about the features that you just described of those parallel lines that is significant to you in terms of your determination as to whether or not it's a shoe print?
Yes, in my opinion, it's not a shoe print for a number of reasons. First of all, this has a non-printing area completely surrounding it. So in order for a shoe to make that print, it would have to have, it could only be a situation where there was perhaps one drop of blood on the bottom of the shoe, and that's why it was limited and didn't make a print around it. In other words, if the shoe was totally bloody, or the surface of the bottom of the shoe was totally bloody, there would be prints extending out, because a shoe print isn't that small, it's much bigger. So there would only be one scenario when you could have a shoe make an isolated, literally an island of an impression by itself. Secondly,
Wait, let me stop you right there and ask you a couple questions, if I may, sir.
Sure.
You've seen photographs of this crime scene, have you not?
yes,
Would you characterize it as a very bloody crime scene?
very bloody.
And the shoe prints that you saw going down the walkway at Bundy, did you see basically all of the features, no, but most of the features of the heel and sole in many of those shoe prints?
There were heels and soles of a lot of shoe prints at that scene, yes. The Bruno Magli design.
And does that indicate to you that those shoes picked up a fair amount of blood at the crime scene?
The pictures that I saw of the crime scene were so covered with blood on the walking areas that you could not physically cross them without getting blood fully on the bottoms of your shoes.
So the scenario you just depicted for us of one drop of blood on a small portion of the shoe creating that imprint on the envelope, based on your knowledge of the crime scene and the photographs you've seen, would that be possible in this case?
Objection calls for speculation or foundation.
Sustained.
Based on what you've seen in the crime scene photographs in this case, sir, can you...
Foundation regarding crime scenes, counsel. Foundation crime scenes.
Did you see all the photographs of the Bundy crime scene, sir?
I reviewed several volumes of them, yes.
And having reviewed those volumes of the Bundy crime scene photographs, can you tell us, based on what you saw, whether it was possible for someone to step in that crime scene committing the murders and come away with one drop of blood on one discrete area of the shoe to create the imprint you see in Defense 1338B?
Objection calls for speculation and vague as to time.
Oh.
The only possible way that could happen would be at the very onset of the crime, the first drops of blood that were spilled, where one of those drops may have fallen to the ground. Whatever contacted that blood at that point was limited in size because there was only one drop in that area, and then it was transferred to this paper. I still don't, for other reasons we haven't gotten into yet, believe it is a shoe print. In my opinion, it's not. But whatever made this isolated island of an impression could have done it under that particular scenario. After there was more blood at the scene, it would not be possible to have a shoe or any object make contact with that ground surface and then leave this isolated impression.
All right, so this opinion so far is based solely on the features of the parallel lines that you've seen in that pattern.
So far, just on the size of it and the fact that the impression does not extend outward, it's isolated just like an island. So the blood on whatever object touched it would also have to be restricted to that size.
Now, these parallel lines, sir, are they typical features that you would expect to see in a shoe print?
No, they're not. There's three basic ways that the bottom of the shoe can have a design implanted into it. And that design is always implanted through a molding process. But the mold has to be made. And in making the mold, and again, I'm pointing to this for demonstration purposes, but I would like to point out that this very, very tiny print where the lines are extremely close together is what, in reality, I am talking about. The lines, the design of these lines would have to be put in there one of three ways, either through a routing device, something that would actually chew up the metal, where they have a metal block before they make the mold and they chew it out into the design of a shoe. And that would have to be an extremely fine tool, and you typically don't see them using fine metal bits that way because when they get too small, they break, and it's not a productive way of trying to make a shoe. There's other ways to implant small design like this on a shoe. The second way would be through stippling. Stippling would involve a metal die that's about the size of this wooden piece on the top of the pointer, and actually in most cases maybe half the diameter of this pointer, the wooden piece. And on the tip of it, it will have a design that they want to implant in the mold. And they will take a hammer and put this die on the mold and strike real hard with the hammer. And that will transfer the pattern into the mold, which in turn becomes part of the shoe when it's molded. And what happens is, when they use these dies, they, on purpose, turn them each time they strike. And they wind up with more of a texture. And there would be no way that they would either try or could accomplish to get these perfectly parallel lines by making it that way. The third method is through chemical etching, and that's more for texturing, like the texture on the face of this Elmo projector or the dashboard of your car, and that's a very, very fine pattern. It would not have parallel lines at all. So understanding those three ways that designs are implanted into molds, I don't see this as a shoe design. There are very fine patterns that may be this fine, but not, they will be of the texturing or stippling type or siping, but not of a pre-molded, routed out type, where they would be parallel.
Is there any other reason, other than the features of those parallel lines themselves and the type of design it is, that causes you to conclude that this is not a shoe print?
Well, based on all of those things, particularly the little misdirections in each of these parallel lines, I'm of the opinion that because of all of those things, that this is not and could not be a shoe impression.
And let me show you a shoe print from Bundy. This is what? People's what? People's 45I. All right, up on the elbow now is People's 45I. You've testified previously to the identification of this as a size 12 Bruno Magli at Bundy.
Yes, I have.
Do you see that there is a distinct line around the area that is the heel and the area that is the sole?
Yes, there is, and I testified to the borders and those characteristics in my prior testimony.
Okay. Do you see any such border in the imprint shown on People 622 or on Defendant's 1338B?
No, there is none.
Does that play any part in your determination that this is not a shoe print?
Well, it goes along the same lines as to what I was explaining, that this is actually an isolated mark or print where there is nothing around it. So it's isolated in itself and would not be typical of a shoe that has picked up blood on its entire surface.
Now, the Defense 1338B, can you tell us how much magnification there is to create that enlargement?
This isn't my enlargement, so I don't know the magnification. I'm guessing that it's probably 4 or 5 times at least, but again, it's hard for me to do that here without making measurements and so forth, and it's not my enlargement, but it's a very enlarged area.
Now, is there a problem, sir, in your opinion, in using enlarged photographs without using them next to the natural size photograph of the object?
As long as they're represented properly, enlargements are very good for conveying smaller images to groups of people, such as in the courtroom, to show things that they otherwise couldn't see. However, that should be qualified as being an enlargement, and in this case, either a scale should be used or, and I believe it was, a natural size photograph with the understanding that this is being used for illustrative purposes, but the actual impression is this small.
And in that regard, sir, if you look only at the enlargement without any discussion about how much enlarged it is, do the parallel lines appear to be farther apart in the enlargement on 1338B than they do in People's 622, which is the natural size of the item?
Overruled. Overruled.
If, in fact, a person viewing this were to mistakenly look at this and believe this was the natural size of the print, then, of course, it would look more like a shoe impression with parallel lines or some type of design, because the size has now been enlarged, and it comes into a whole different class of shoes and shoe designs. However, as long as it's represented properly, that wouldn't be a problem for demonstration purposes.
Now, you spoke a little bit about the fact that this is not, this imprint does not appear to you to be anything like a shoe design that you've seen in the past. Have you seen many shoe designs, sir?
Yes, I've, since about 1986, I guess, I've managed the shoe reference collection. I've been to many shoe manufacturers. I've been to shoe fairs and conventions where they sell the equipment that makes the shoes and molds. And I've never seen a shoe design this fine that was intentionally, or that was routed out in parallel lines with these little designs within it. Anything that would be of that size would be done with either etching or stippling.
Okay. Does the FBI have some kind of a computer that references all different kinds of shoes?
We have a computer and a hard copy reference collection of shoe designs.
Do you attend any conventions where you learn about new kinds of ways of making shoes and different shoe patterns?
I've gone to many manufacturers, and every 3 years there's a Footwear International convention. I've also been to shoe shows where they'll maybe have 1,600 booths with shoes from all over the world being distributed explicitly for the purpose of seeing if there was any way we could expand our reference material on shoe design.
Now, if you would, sir, would you address your comments to the piece of paper? And let me get the showing you, sir, defendant's 1338A. You see the area that's circled in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall observing Dr. Lee's testimony concerning this item?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what he said with respect to the area circled in blue in Defense 1338A?
I'm not sure. I may have seen it on a news clip and didn't hear his voice, so I don't remember what he specifically said about it, other than...
All right, next question.
Do you recall him characterizing this as something that could be a shoe print?
Overruled.
My recollection is that in the bits and pieces of his testimony, he was referring to this as an imprint, I believe is the terminology he used, and that he couldn't say it was definitely a shoe impression.
And what is your opinion concerning this area circled in blue on Defense 1338A?
For many of the same reasons which I mentioned on the envelope, this pattern is very, very small, and as well as the area that pattern encompasses, and it is not something I recognize or believe to be a shoe impression. If I could further explain it, the defense exhibit, I'm sorry, I don't remember the number.
1338A?
1338A is enlarged above the natural size of a piece of paper. On the right side of this chart
People's 622?
Yes, is an approximate natural size. And when I say approximate, the photograph was taken at a slight angle as opposed to directly overhead. But we measured the distance from the concrete barrier that the railing is on and this intersection. And this is actually about the width of a half a tile, which are 11.5 to 12 inches square. And so looking at this is a pretty close estimate of the size of this actual piece of paper. As a secondary reference of size, I looked at the toe of this shoe, and even in a very big foot, being gracious, this would maybe be at this point 3 to 3.5 inches across up near the toe. So this piece of paper is approximately 5 by 4 inches. It's not a rectangle, but it's somewhere in that size. The area that contains the impression, when transferred over to this, will now only be a couple inches wide. And if this were a shoe that stepped on it, it would have to either be a tiny shoe or something would have had to interfere with the reproduction of part of that design. But because of the other reasons I mentioned, I do not believe this is a shoe imprint either.
What do you mean by tiny shoe?
A kid's shoe, a very tiny shoe, because it would only be a couple inches wide. If you're confining it to the area that's been drawn on this exhibit.
And then again, and this, with respect to this little piece of paper as well, is it your opinion, sir, that it was not a shoe print?
That's correct.
Next question.
All right, once you determined, sir, that shoes were not responsible for making this imprint, was your work done?
Yes, it was, as I was requested to make comparisons of these various items for the purpose of examining shoe prints. And in fact, on the envelope, there was, which I testified to before, a partial impression that was consistent with the Bruno Magli design at the edge of that shoe. Even though I may see other marks, whether they be spatter or streaks or wavy lines that I don't think are shoe impressions, once I determined it wasn't a shoe impression, I wouldn't pursue it any further.
And by contrast, by way of contrast, sir, on People 622, on the upper photograph on the left-hand side, there's an area that you designated that did appear to you to be a shoe print?
It did, and that was one I testified to before in my prior testimony, and it was consistent with the Bruno Magli design.
And did you see a border in that shoe, in the area that you did indicate was a shoe print?
Yes, as you face this chart, along the top edge is the border, the edge of that shoe.
Now, after you determined, sir, that the imprints circled on the defense exhibits in the 1338A and B, that is on the envelope and on the piece of paper, were not shoe prints, did you turn them over to someone else for examination?
Not immediately,
And why is that?
because I wouldn't normally think there was any other examination to be conducted. There was no other material or requests to which to conduct an additional exam. It was out of my area of expertise.
And when you say out of your area of expertise, what do you mean?
Well, whatever other marks or splatter might be on this, if there were other questions that the submitter of these items had, then they would direct those questions to people in areas of expertise that they believe were able to answer those questions.
All right,
It
and
wouldn't be the area of shoe impressions.
because you found none.
That's correct.
And so you eventually did, though, send the photographs of the envelope and the piece of paper to someone else in the FBI?
After learning that this very small fingerprint-sized impression that I first testified to today
On the envelope?
on the envelope was possibly going to be referred to as a shoe impression, I took another look at it and thought there's a possibility it might be a fabric impression. The other possibility, which I recognized when I first examined it in the laboratory here was that it might also be some marks from the irregular surface of the concrete tiles at the Bundy location. But because I did not believe it's a shoe impression, I didn't pursue it at that point. But when the issue came back up again, I referred it to Douglas Diedrich.
While we're talking about the envelope in the paper, sir, do you recall some testimony by Dr. Lee concerning a blood drop that he claimed was not present in the June 13th photographs, but did appear in later photographs that he
Counsel, would
examined?
you rephrase that question, please? Rephrase the question. Definitive is phrased.
Do you recall the testimony of Dr. Lee in which he testified that there was a blood drop he observed in later photographs that he did not observe in the June 13th photographs of the envelope?
Yes, I do.
And directing your attention, sir, to People 622. First of all, the lower photograph of the envelope. Do you see a blood drop that I'm pointing to that has initials next to it?
Yes, I do.
Can you locate that blood drop in the photograph taken on June the 13th that is right above this one?
Yes, it's right here.
For the record, the witness has pointed to a spot on the June 13th photograph. Why don't I have him? I'm going to ask the witness to circle it. Would you circle that, please, sir? Thank you. Now, can you tell us, sir, if you see a difference in the appearance of the blood drop on the envelope from the photograph taken June 13th, from the appearance of that blood drop in the envelope, on the envelope from a later dated photograph?
Well, of course, the coloring is different, and that's just a variable in photography with different filament processing. This is a little redder than this is, and also blood, as it dries, if there are thick areas of blood, it will darken in the thick areas initially. But this particular spot here also has something else that's interfering with the ability to see it in its entirety, and that is what's known as flash bounce. Or it could...
Sustained.
Sir, what experience do you have in the area of photography and the interpretation of crime scene photographs?
I've had extensive training at the FBI laboratory in that area, both general photography and forensic photography. I use photography on a daily basis in my work and work with our specialized photographic team.
And is there some inclusion in your book concerning crime scene photography?
Yes, there's a whole chapter on that.
And in that book, do you describe various methods and procedures that should be used to take the best crime scene photographs?
Yes, I do.
And do you yourself, when you go to crime scenes, take photographs in order to capture the image of shoe prints?
In some instances I do, in some instances there may already be a photographer. So.
And for how long have you been doing that, sir?
Since the beginning, maybe after my training ended in 1976.
All right. And so can you explain to us, sir, what you mean by flash bounce?
Flash bounce is something that we're all familiar with, because if you take pictures of people at different occasions, particularly if they're standing in front of a mirror, you get that bright reflection of the flash when you get your film back, and it kind of ruins the picture. Or perhaps a person's wearing glasses, and if you were to take a photograph straight on at me and the light were to hit the glass perfectly straight, it would reflect back into the lens perfectly straight, and this would be what's known as a hot spot. And that's caused by the light bouncing back off of this particular blood, which is somewhat glossy, and coming back into the camera lens in a straight angle, and actually overexposing the film at that point and causing it to wash out or to become so light that it's hard to see. In addition, this is also sometimes encountered if you just had natural light hitting it at the right angle, where it would bounce back into the lens of the camera and do the same thing, such as sunlight, bright sunlight.
So when you use a flash, sir, and you're using it outside in maybe a dark area, if you don't capture part of the sky, can you tell whether it's night or day based on just looking at the photograph?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you re-ask that?
Yes, if you are standing outside taking a photograph with a flash, and you're taking it in an area where it's dark, if you do not capture part of the sky in your photograph, all you capture is that dark area that you're taking a picture of with the flash. With it, when you just look at only the photograph, can you tell if it's night or day?
In some instances, you would be probably able to show a number of reasons why it was night, and in other cases, particularly if you're like at twilight or as the sun's beginning to come up in between dark and light. Other factors would be existing light, the aperture of the camera, the speed of the film. There's a lot of variables. I think you'd have to judge it on a case-by-case basis.
So you may or may not be able to tell whether it's day or night if you just look at the photograph under the conditions I described.
You might be able to, yes, but I wouldn't want to venture a general answer that would hold true in all cases. There wouldn't be one.
Let me move on to a June, sir. Did you, sir, examine photographs of Ron Goldman's jeans to determine whether you saw anything that looked like a shoe print impression on those jeans?
Yes. I examined the original jeans in our laboratory in Washington, D.C., and I caused all of these photographs to be taken in my presence and under my direction in October of '94. And this one is what's known as a copy shot. It's a color shot where you're attempting to show the actual color and general features of a pair of jeans, and it's more for record-keeping purposes, just to show its general appearance. To the right are two photographs which are enlarged to an actual natural size. They're overlapping. In other words, the top of the one on the bottom actually overlaps with the bottom portion of the top. And they are representative of the front side of the right leg of the jeans of Ron Goldman. And the reason they don't have the blue appearance is because a filter was used when taking these. And that filter was used specifically to drop the blue color, the blue background of the jeans, and to show the red coloring of the blood impressions on there with much greater detail. You can see all of these same markings on the color copy, but they're much easier in a natural size enlargement with the filter dropping the blue color to look at for purposes of discussion and examination.
Now, when you examined the areas in the circles shown on this chart, sir, did you form some opinion as to whether or not they were shoe prints?
There were two impressions which I referred to in my prior reports, which stemmed out of my examination in October of 1994, that referred to a heel print on the lower left leg and a partial footwear impression on the right leg. And they were consistent with the Bruno Mali design, but they really, because of the absorbability of the cotton fabric and the fact that there was obviously, this wasn't made on a flat surface, but with a leg inside of the jeans, there wouldn't be an even stripe. Because of those factors, the detail was very limited, and I wasn't able to make any more of a detailed comparison. I did examine the jeans front and back, both legs, for other markings which might be shoe impressions. I observed a number of markings of almost every describable size and shape along the front and back of these jeans. Some of the best ones which are depicted in the right pants leg here on this chart, but none of them, in my opinion, were footwear impressions. If they were, I would have pursued looking for that design of shoe, as I did with the case of the Bruno Mali.
Now, you said you saw a partial shoe print that you testified to earlier and characterized as a Bruno Mali. Do you see that area of the right leg depicted in the photograph in People 619?
Yes, it's down here, the lower portion. It's actually intersecting the circle.
For the record, the lower circle.
It's actually crossing the lower circle on the right pants leg. And then the heel impression is just into the edge of the lower portion of the left pants leg.
All right, and for the record, the witness was referring to the color photograph of the jeans overall. Now, other than those two areas, sir, when you examined these pants, did you examine them with the thought in mind of looking for any shoe prints, not just those that would be Bruno Mali?
Yes, I did.
And other than the two that you have indicated to us just now on the lower right and left leg, did you find any other imprints that you would characterize as shoe print impressions?
No, I didn't.
The areas that are circled on these overall of the jeans and indicated on the black and white photographs next to the picture of the color picture of the jeans, did you examine those?
Yes, I examined, well, these circles were made by Agent Diedrich. And I examined the entire surface of the front and back of the jeans, which included the areas within these circles.
And you passed them on to Agent Diedrich, as you've testified, because you found they were not shoe prints?
No, at the time, because they weren't shoe prints, and I didn't think they were shoe prints, I did not pursue it because there was nothing more relevant to my examination. However, when the testimony of Dr. Lee came to my attention that these, and I believe he referred to them again, as he did everything, as imprints, could have been shoe impressions, then I referred that at that point to Agent Diedrich.
Now, why did you determine that these were not shoe prints, sir?
Well, they don't have a border. That's the most primary reason with regard to the ones on the jeans. I don't know, is it permissible for me to demonstrate by taking my shoe off?
Yes.
Taking my left shoe, which has a nice sharp heel to it, and it's a raised heel, as did the Bruno Mali shoes and as do many shoes. And even if it didn't have a raised heel, it would also have an edge on the sole. But I'll just use the heel for demonstration purposes. And using my left arm as a representative, although it's not nearly as big, of the pants legs that would have a leg or an arm in them. If this heel was covered with blood, and as shoes walk through blood, the excess blood gets squeezed out. If there were weight, where this was now 150, 200 pounds on it, or there were kicks, that edge would be very crisp and clear, very dominant, and would show up in these impressions. In addition, looking within these impressions, the lines that are parallel do not always run parallel to one another. For instance, in this particular one here, there's a few lines that are parallel at this point, a very small area, maybe 1.5 inches square, and now there's some going in a different direction, and now there's some crossing over here going back in this another direction. There's some going this way, and they're all very little partial impressions. Here's two lines that just kind of go out from one another, and that's more typical. The indistinct nature of this imprint, the changing of directions of the parallel lines, the very partial nature of the impressions, the lack of a border, these are typical of imprints of fabric or material and not imprints of shoes.
Now, for the record, the witness is referring to the upper right-hand photograph as you face the board.
Yes.
And that was the lower circle area.
Yes.
Thank you. But, sir, doesn't it appear that there is a sharp line here in the lower circle, and I'm gesturing to the arc that seems to be towards the right side of that circle inside it?
There's that line, there's a line here, there's a line over here with another one next to it. There's some curved lines of all different shapes and sizes around this. In my opinion, this has nothing to do with these parallel lines and is not the edge of a heel. It would be much more, in fact, the parallel lines within, if this were hypothetically a heel, the parallel lines within it are not running straight across it as any shoe design manufacturer would have. They wouldn't have the heel with the lines running crooked. It's just not aesthetically something that they would do in the design and manufacture of that shoe. And these do not even run true to this hypothetical border. But we see this kind of a line all around the jeans, and not being there, I can't account for what that is, but I do not recognize it as a shoe impression or the edge of a heel.
Okay, now the parallel lines that you see in the circles on this exhibit, People 619, did you compare those to the parallel lines shown on the envelope and paper?
Yes.
Do they appear to be from the same source?
No.
And tell us why.
The size of these lines and the broadness of them are just totally different in size and features than the very, very small lines which have almost a zigzag to them that were on the fingerprint size impression on the envelope and the wavy pattern in the triangular piece of paper.
So, however, sir, what would you say about the similarity of the parallel lines in the envelope and the piece of paper?
They were consistent with one another within the range of detail that I could see, and in the assessment of them as far as it goes with regard to shoe impressions. They were both totally different, and without any doubt, totally different than these parallel lines that crop up on various places on the right leg of Ron Goldman's jeans.
Okay. So the source of the imprint on the jeans is different from the source of the imprint on the paper and envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you mentioned something about kicking. If you were just kicking someone, maybe with the bottom of your foot, you indicated that you would still leave a border that would be indicative of a shoe print?
Absolutely, and more so than just standing on a person or lightly touching your foot against the person.
Sir, did you hear testimony that Dr. Lee, informing his opinions concerning the impressions on the jeans and on the envelope and paper, did not make any test impressions of the jeans or Ron Goldman's shirt?
Yes, indeed.
Do you have an opinion as to whether it is scientifically correct or appropriate to form an opinion concerning the source of an imprint without having made any test impressions?
Yes, and I write about this extensively and teach about it in the lectures I give to examiners with regard to shoe impressions or sock impressions. But the print that's made by a shoe or any object cannot be perceived by looking at that object itself. In other words, you can look at the fabric on my sleeve, and you can look at it with a magnifying glass, but because of its three-dimensional qualities, you could not determine what the exact pattern would look like in a test impression, particularly when you get to light fabrics or light shoe designs. There's no way to perceive that three-dimensional, very, very minute difference in the variations that occur from shoes or fabrics of similar designs. For that reason, even in the preliminary examination stages, it's absolutely essential to make test impressions of shoes or fabric or any other impression materials for comparison purposes. It's the only way that you can make a valid comparison.
Now, the test impressions you're talking about making, are they made with the identicator?
The identicator is one of many materials that I use in making test impressions of known shoes. It initially started as a source of inkless fingerprints, and there are a lot of places in the country use inkless fingerprints. So if you apply for a job and have to be fingerprinted, you don't have to go through the messy ink that you used to go through. I found out about it many years ago, and I found out that the Air Force was using it for full barefoot prints of their pilots, because if their pilots were killed in an accident, they would have to sometimes resort to the ridge detail on their feet, because sometimes being in boots, they were the only preserved parts of their body, and they would find that they had to take prints of their full feet in addition to their hands. So they made a much larger pad, bigger than fingerprint size, and we started ordering it, and it's very good for making preliminary comparisons, and in some cases for actually examination quality, the final product, it actually surpasses other materials in a lot of cases, depending on the shoe or the material.
Now, imprint analysis is that a pretty old science, sir?
It goes back as far as you can read in the forensic literature.
In order to make a valid test impression to compare to a bloody imprint, do you need to make that test impression in blood?
No, and I'd also point that out. That's a fallacy that you have to reproduce the exact set of circumstances. What you're trying to do when you make a test impression is to reproduce with as much quality as you can all of the features of the shoe or fabric or whatever you're trying to compare. And that is your standard. That is the idealistically best detail that you can get with all of the features exhibited in that known standard that you're comparing. Then you look to the crime scene impressions, and whether they're shoes or fabrics or whatever, those always, almost always, have far less detail and do not reproduce as well because they're not being made as test impressions. They're being made under adverse conditions where the receiving material may be absorbent, like these cotton jeans, or the sidewalk may be very rough and coarse. And so you don't expect to see all of the detail in those kinds of impressions, but you can take the maximum amount of detail in the standard test impression and then compare the respective parts to see if there's any likenesses or differences. If you went and tried to use blood and the exact materials, you would have inferior standards for comparison. You would wind up with a whole another set of problems in that comparison that had nothing to do with your original intended examination.
Now, when you determined that these were not shoe prints, you ultimately gave them to Mr. Diedrich for examination?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have in the FBI a blood spatter analyst?
I believe we had one. At one time, I think we had two, and I think one of them transferred back out to the field.
You did not give those impressions that you eliminated as being shoe print. The imprints that you determined were not shoe prints. You gave them to Mr. Diedrich. You did not give them to the blood spatter analyst.
That's correct.
Why not?
I had observed the pictures of, and I had examined the jeans, and I also had pictures of the jeans that you see here. And I had also seen enlarged photographs of Ron Goldman's shirt. It was very bloodied, and it had the blood in the picture caused the ribbed design on the shirt to show up very vividly. And so when looking at that, I noticed a striking similarity between that design, even in that smaller photograph, when looking at this. And for that reason, thought the first person that should look at it is Doug Diedrich for doing a fabric analysis.
Is the science of imprint comparison distinct from blood spatter analysis?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Can you tell us why?
Well, they're like apples and oranges. Imprints or impressions are physical contact between one object and another. And in that physical contact, there's a transfer of both class characteristics with regard to a shoe, the characteristics that all shoes of that size and design would share, as well as wear characteristics and accidental characteristics. And the same would apply for any other imprint, whether it be clothing or whatever. Those general characteristics would be class characteristics that all of those share. And they also, if there were tears or something on a fabric, you could also have accidental characteristics. With regard to blood spatter, there's actually, I work with blood spatter in the sense that I see it on evidence. And there's, as I understand it from my training in the this area, there's two areas.
All right, let's wind it up.
Why don't you complete this answer, sir?
Next question.
Then, is it your opinion, sir, based on what you've told us thus far, that a blood spatter analyst would not be the one to compare a fabric impression in blood to determine what the source of that impression was?
Not unless they had also had training in fabric impressions or shoe prints or whatever they were comparing.
Okay, and training in blood spatter analysis is not required or even helpful in being able to determine the source of an imprint made in blood.
Slating.
Would blood spatter analysis training assist someone in being able to determine whether a particular item made an imprint in blood?
Not if it was an impression or an imprint, no.
I was going to move on to another area. You want me to go ahead and start?
No, let's take a break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. As far as the jury is concerned, we'll stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll take a brief recess to clear the jury, and then I'll see counsel in chambers on the record, please. All right, thank you.